Sound check. Sound check. I don't think we have anything in the pitch yet. We're up and running. So we're ready to go. Well, we'll go ahead and do this right now. Good morning, Pateros. We're glad you're here. I don't know if that thing is working right or not. Welcome to day 2 of the 2025 Terry Troxel Memorial, put on by PNBRA. We are glad to be here today. We've got a lot of racing action. We have some vintage exhibition. Almost said that wrong. Start this morning with 2 heats from yesterday that we were unable to finish simply because of time constraints, needing to get the Western Divisionals in and done. We have crowned our champions, and they will be announced and awarded this afternoon. So we're going to start out with vintage first thing. All right, thank you. We now have a radio that is, for whatever reason, the one I had was not working. I apologize. David Dodge is working on our speakers right now, getting a sound system finished and ready to go. As I said, we have crowned our divisional champions. They will be awarded this afternoon along with the weekend awards and also awards for outboards, the OPCs that are here running, also participation awards for the vintage that are here and trying to put on a show for you. We've had some, we've had a little attrition. Not bad, but it could be better. But we... All right. Wanted to give everybody an update because I know there were some that were here. We had... Sorry, I've just got radio chatter that I was trying to listen to. Okay, sorry, just trying to listen to something. We were trying to get our flagger squared away. Folks we had yesterday are not here today. But one of the things that we talk about is we are family. And Friday night we had an incident. One of our folks had a medical emergency, went to Brewster and then went back to the hospital there and then was taken over to Everett. That individual has made several phone calls since then. Is doing much better, and actually we thought they had been life-flighted out. They were not. They were taken by ambulance. And if you can imagine going Highway 20 in an ambulance, if you've made that trip before, and the person told them this morning that it was 2 of Mario Andretti's drivers that took them. The speed was pretty good. The thought of laying in the back of an ambulance going at speed over that mountain pass is not very enviable, but I'm glad to say that individual is much better. We look forward to their return to our group soon, and I know that everybody's got them in our thoughts and prayers. Also for one of the best photographers in the country that does boat racing, a lot of other stuff. Chris Denslow's got some medical stuff going on, and we wish him well. Bryce Todd, one of our E350 drivers, has got medical issues as well, and Bryce is on the mend. Going to be a good long while, but he'll be back, as he says, next year. All right, I'm hearing that Vintage Large is ready, just waiting on a flagger, and all right, getting our flagger, and I understand that one of our race chair people are headed this way to do that for the time being until someone else gets here. We're blessed to have everybody doing the jobs there. I want to say thank you to Jim Codling, Chaz Dodge as our referees, to Kelsey Egan for being here to do the scoring, and the folks, the ladies that have stepped up to help her this weekend. They're doing a yeoman's job, and we appreciate that beyond all expectations. So it's those jobs that have to be done. Without it, we can't run. Big thanks to Steve and Paula Andrews for the meals that they fix for our race crew here, the folks that are actually doing all the work, our rescue safety, the officials, myself, the pit bosses. We're unable to take the time to go and do something for lunch as a rule. I mean, you can bring something, but unless you have special needs, it's a lot easier if somebody else can do that for you. We appreciate that. And especially to our on-the-water crew out there, Amy Scheimer and her entire group that go and do this for us. We appreciate it. We thank them. They've saved our bacon more than once or twice with incidents on the water. All right, here we come in a 4-minute for Vintage Large.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 4-minute gun, Vintage Large.
All right, green flag on the course. Oh my gosh, we got a racer doing the flags. I don't know. The checkered's coming out early, right, Preston? Thank you for stepping in for the time being, my friend. All right. Shady Lady, first on the course, should be Aaron Olson. Jimmy LeBrie, Advance United, out of Brewster, Washington. And I think we just got the two of them this morning, but it'll be an entertaining exhibition. You saw Jimmy out there yesterday grabbing a little left rudder as he came down the front stretch, came pretty wide up in the far turn, and needed to figure out how to get back in, and did a good job at doing that. Pushed it a little bit yesterday. I know this is, I think, Aaron's first time to drive the Shady Lady, and I know he was looking forward to that. Just a different boat to drive. He's driven a bunch of different things over the last couple of years, getting a lot more seat time and enjoying it. We will have another boat back out for next year. Two beautiful, large vintage Shady Lady running in this configuration would have been a 7-liter hydro. Back in its day with Bud Burns, it ran both 5-liter and 7-liter. 7-liter one, he was actually national high point in 2 different classes, 5-liter and 7-liter one, the same year. That's an undertaking. So this boat does run very well. That was back when it had an injected motor, and it is now a carbureted motor, but it is a big block these days. Steve Aird is the owner, Steve and Stephanie. But they'll put on a nice show. This boat runs very well. And the Advance United, a boat that Tom Bertolini restored. Ray and Jimmy bought this a number of years ago. Big boat. One of the bigger louderbacks that have been built. Very, very fast, very stable. One of the nice things about the louderbacks is they actually turn pretty good for a conventional. As good as a conventional is going to turn. Conventionals will never turn. White flag out, 1 minute to the start of their 4-lap run. Be fun to see my son drive that thing. Getting a little early there. Oh yeah, yeah, he's early. They're both early, but you don't get penalized for that in vintage. Main thing is to put on a show. And I know now this, with Aaron a little bit ahead, that'll give Jimmy a chance to leg it out a little bit, catch up to him. As you can see him do it, he's very capable. That boat will run probably close to 170 miles an hour if you push it. Aaron not going that fast up the back chute as he hits a turn and starts to bring up the second rooster tail off of the skid fin. Jimmy Labrie outside. Jimmy ran fairly hard. Not anywhere near what he can do. You hear Jimmy back out, gets the boat rowed up a little bit, and nope, he's got an issue. He's got an issue. Something happened. Made a real quick U-turn and headed for the beach. Not sure. I hope that's not anything major. I will check on that for you as soon as I can. He is under power, so let's hope that's not anything catastrophic. Well, Aaron can see Jimmy now, and he knows he's gone back to the pit, so he's backed out of it a little bit. And the thing now is you just go out and you run your laps, unless they put out a flag and tell you to hang it up. Get the heat done. Bring it back in one piece with all the rods and pistons connected to the crank and everything still turning. That not running with others when you're doing solos, it kind of takes the wind out of your sails. And I know right now what he's trying to do is figure out how the boat turns. He really enjoys doing that. You see the way the boat's set up. That boat is a little heavy on the sponsons. Always has been that way. It's the way Bud liked it. Steve Aird had not made any changes in that respect. Same basic propeller that they've been running all along since it was raced. So, all right, checkered flag kind of come out this time. And if I'm not mistaken, after he gets out of this, he's going to hop in the Ruby too. All right, you hear him pull his foot out of it. And does what we ask of all our vintage drivers, and that is to put your arm up so that the other drivers can see what you're doing. There may not be anybody behind you. There might not be any one on the course at all but you. We do that as a routine because if you've got 6 or 7 boats out there, you need to communicate. We don't have radios. We don't have air systems. We don't have canopies. No belts, none of that. You need your head on a swivel, and you look around and do it. The drivers that are in the capsule boats, great drivers, but they don't have that. So Aaron is going to jump out of that, and all right, I hear the K-Pro out warming up. They'll be ready here shortly. And I know my son was going to jump out of one boat, step across the dock, and get in another, and they'll be ready to go. And unfortunately, Jimmy was not able to continue. I'll find out a little bit later what exactly happened. Share that with you. If it's the end of his day, I would imagine he'll come down this way just to let me know. The tough deal on this is the race course has moved so far north that I was right next to the pits when I first started announcing these.
4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Vintage small.
All right. The vintage small, vintage mid-size, call it what you will. All right, Dan Surface, Randy Christensen, I can see Aaron in the Ruby 2 trying to get going there, not going the way they want. Got a lot of prop wash coming off. There it goes. Now it's starting to get on plane. That is a new boat. Has run a couple times in test sessions, but has not been on the race course yet to really do anything. And they had issues yesterday with a bunch of milfoil that got hooked up in the boat before it ever left the dock. Boat in front of Aaron out there is Mr. Jeff Snyder, Bernie Snyder as we love to call him. That is the Calypso 2. Just a tad more coming by right now. CE1, Dan Surface. Boat coming down the front stretch right now. E26. Water Scamp, Randy Christensen, Reverend Randy Christensen. Jeff Snyder, NE1, Calypso 2. Boat that his dad was the national high point in, and you want to say 1971. Mr. Frank Snyder did a great job. And it looks like Aaron's got issues with the Ruby 2. I'm guessing that if it doesn't do better than that, they will bring the boat back. And I understand. All right. The green boat, Ron Magnuson. Josh Hayes in the JV in water, the E66. And unfortunately, Ruby 2 has gone dead. Jeff Snyder and the Water Scamp. Down to 1:19. How are you, Doug? Good to see you. Well, the engine got hot yesterday. They also had a rocker arm that was real loose for some reason. Like Randy said, everyone but the one was in good shape. The one was loose. Who knew? So obviously they've got issues probably with the engine there. And he'll get that sorted out. I know he's planning on coming back for Moses Lake next month. And if you want to see vintage only, we will put on a whale of a show over there at Conley Park, 20th, 21st of next month. Should be a great show. All right, Aaron has gotten fired. I'm sure he'll head back to the pits if he can keep it going, just to get it out of the way, make sure he's not a nuisance for everybody else. All right, good start. Jeff Snyder leads them across. Gangrene second, JB and Water, just a tad more, and Water Scamp. Well, I know that's not the way he wanted this to go, and I know Randy didn't want it to go that way, but get that back to the pits, and all right. Well, he got across the start line at least. Have a good day, Kevin. Kevin Porter headed up to one of his chariots for the day. All right. Josh Hayes in the JB Water, Gangrene, and a Water Scamp. Nice to see people paying attention. You saw Dan Surface coming down here. He saw Aaron, made sure he stayed wide of him, gave him plenty of room, and, pulled his foot out of the throttle a little bit. If we were in a racing situation, I guarantee he'd have gone by there full tilt. All right, watch Dan Surface come off the corner there and accelerate up, catching up with the Water Scamp. Boat that was owned originally by my neighbor as a kid, Ben Lang, gentleman that owned Lang Towing out of Seattle. It's great growing up in a neighborhood with racing all around you. Gangrene, JB Water, Calypso. Yeah, Randy Christensen get in the Water Scamp. That boat, it's an old Suey. In its day, I think, if memory serves me correct, that was a world record holder. Way back when. A lot of different people have driven that boat over the years. Donnie Benson, for one. I'm sure Bruce McDonald's been in the seat as well. Some really great names of our sport from the Northwest here. Very fast. Steve Kramer had that boat for many, many years. He and Don Kelson restored it. You see Jeff Snyder come down there and got to give it a little toot as he's coming down to the chute and catch him right at the start-finish line. We'll see which one gets there the first this time. Fun to watch that. We don't get Jeff out very often these days. Love to have the boat out more. It is a beautiful boat, and it is original. Engine, everything is correct. See the nice ride coming out of these two right here. Water's getting a little lumpy. Anytime you get that many boats out there, it starts to get a little lumpier. All right, they're going to come around, get their checkered flag this time. You see Jeff is hanging back a little bit. All All right, we're hearing our K-Pro runabouts are ready to go in the pit, so as soon as these are off the water, we will have K-Pro runabout. All right, Josh Hayes, Ron Magnuson, and Jeff Snyder. And Bernie's got his hand up coming off the course. The other two will go around, finish on the far side over there as the other two boats are yet to come across the start-finish line. Time to get on it, boys. Make that bonsai to the start-finish line. One of the things we do in vintage is you're assigned a lane, which, unlike HRL, is not for racing purposes. It's just to keep everybody where they need to be. And Randy Christensen is coming outside, got his hand up, made a decision. For whatever reason, he's going to slow it down and bring it back to the pits right away. And it seems to be running okay, so he's just obviously made that decision. Looks like Dan Surface is going to go around and hopefully cut the course, come back across. As you watch today, outboards, tunnel boats are going to do different things as far as crossing the course. If you're in an inboard, a vintage boat, doesn't matter. You only go from back to front. And as far as cutting the course, you have to merge back in without interfering with the boats that are coming down the straightaway. Outboards, OPC can do just about anything they want. They can actually do donuts in the middle of the course out there. And sometimes they do. So all a different way of the rules being set for everybody. Dan and the guys over there in Albion, Washington did a great job doing that boat. A lot of work to restore that. I had the boat. I think I got that in about 2007 or 8, and started on it, and then other projects came in, and it got put on hold, and then sold it to one guy. He took and put a deck on it and did a not very good job, and sat for a while. Came back to me. He actually gave it back to me, and I ended up selling it for him. And John Teets got the boat and didn't do anything with it for quite a while, and now Dan acquired it and has restored it. It's out there in configuration it was back when it was Canadian and U.S. national champion. So all right, listen to the radio chatter about our flaggers. And I want to say thank you to Preston for stepping up, doing that. Dad's out there too, and we thank you right now. All right, there's always glitches that seem to creep up. And I don't know if you can hear me down in the pit. Sean Kelson, if you or Aaron can call me at some point on the radio, let me know what's going on with the Ruby 2. Just curious to know. We'll wait for that. While I got a moment, somebody lose a set of keys? Bill Stream brought these to me this morning, and there is very, very much identifiable with these keys. It is not a fob. It is a fob of sorts, but there is also a manual key. There is a distinct thing with that if you come and tell me about, I will be more than glad to reunite you with a set of keys. But I do have a set of lost keys. Pretty sure I know where they belong, but I haven't seen those folks today, so they won't get far without them, but we will find out shortly. We have K-Pro Runabout is up next. Just waiting to get had to get Aaron and the Ruby 2 out of the way, get our patrol boat back and ready to go, and we will go from there. All right, here and they are ready. 3 minutes.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 3-minute guys. K-Pro.
Okay, K-Pro Runabout. You see Haley came out from the inboard pits. The other two boats came from the other direction. Our good friend Doug Cosette here. Good morning, sir. How are you? You going to come to call a couple heats? No? Okay. Well, we love having you over here. Your brother's still here today? Okay. Well, I wasn't sure what the schedule was, and that should be Ryder Burks right there in the 46. Makes a quick left across the course, and he'll catch up to everybody. He's got 1:37 to get where he needs to be along with everybody else. These are fun to watch. Yeah, it's us older folks, you know, us seasoned veterans know better than to do that because we'll get the Tweedle beat out of this. I'm afraid the news would just not accept that at all. We have the 107, the 46. I've got to look at the others. Harper should be 1 US, but I don't know that that's on that particular boat. So all right. Lisa Engel out here for flagging now. Gonna step in and take that. Here they come. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'd say we're pretty darn close there. You see them as they're kind of wrestling the boats around as they get to the turn. I watching the boat on the inside and just kind of almost grabbing the wheel and pulling it to the left. Try and get a better grip on who's where. I think that's Harper out front right now, but I can't tell at this distance. If I had that kind of vision, I'd be in good shape. As I was told yesterday, you need to be 11 to drive these. You can start in the junior class at 9, but you need to be 11 to step into these. So, well, that one just went from about lane 3 or 4, took it right down to the pin, got the lead and gone. And that is Harper. 46 in second. I think that's it's either 117 or 119 in third in the 107 is in fourth place. All right, Haley out front, Harper in second. I think that's a 119. It's either 119 or 117 third, and the 107 is fourth. So, nice run by these young folks. All right. Harper, first place. Ryder Burke in second. I wish I could see that number on the third place boat there. And I do apologize for that. Pretty sure that is, it's either 122 or it's a 117 and a 107. Was your fourth place boat. And just an update to let you know, we will be taking a lunch break at 1 o'clock unless we finish earlier, but I think it will be 1 o'clock. As soon as we get done, then we will return right to the water. Try and keep that to a minimum as far as our time off the water. I know they'd love to do 20 minutes, but it's probably not realistic. But we're going to try and do our best. If you're here along the shore today, give these young folks a hand because they put on a whale of a show. And I do mean a whale of a show. And that is the 117. So that is Ozzy Cassidy was third place. And like I say, Ryder Burks in the 46 was second. So a nice run by them. I will be back momentarily. I got a couple things I'm going to take care of, and then I'll be back with you. Green flag on the course. K-Pro run it out. Good to see our friend Doug Cosette here. Just chatting about Moses Lake in a month. 117R. Ozzie Cassidy, 46. Ryder Burks, 107. Pretty sure that is Brody. And Harper is out front again. Going up the back chute. Young lady did very, very well last year. I think it was last year she was U.S. won everything in sight, and got in the Hall of Champions. So, you know, we are blessed. That's part of that Kelly family, and seems to run in the blood, and they work towards all of those things. Young lady does a nice job out there on the water, and all these others are starting to learn. They're, you know, Harper and the rest of them are all got to be very, very aware of where these others are going, and what they're doing when they're out there. So they're catching up. They're going to get better. You know, the nice thing being part of that Kelly clan, they've been doing this a long time. Jeff's been at it for, I'll just say it, forever. It isn't forever, but it's a long time. J. Michael at it for a long time. Carson and Asher now involved as well. Harper out running. It's just it's phenomenal. They know what they're doing. They practiced, you know, their sport for a long time. They know what to do with engines and hulls, propellers. Makes a big difference. If you step into something that you should feel pretty secure in, it makes you a lot better right out of the gate. I know there's people that don't do that, that succeed. They don't know any better. So it's fun to watch that. But we have a lot of families involved in this, and we will continue to do that. And you know, prime example is my son and I, soon-to-be grandson involved in vintage. Kelson family, lots and lots of families. Harper coming from behind on the outside, going into turn one. Right there with the 107. And now after Ryder Burke. All right, well, I guess you don't need lane one. She has speed, and she made a great start and had a full head of steam, and went right in there and just took the lead. And it looks like Harper, Ryder, Ozzie, and Wyant. All right, just going to get my notebook open here. Looks like we got F-45s up next, the Formula tunnel boats. Now I hear the airlift. It sounds like the airlift overhead. Probably going to come back and be stationed here today, I think. They were here for quite a while yesterday until they were called. All right, the 107 back to the dock. All right, got a good run for second and third going. And you will hear that helicopter overhead as they come and land behind us here. Not too far away from where I'm sitting, but about 2 blocks west towards the highway. All right, here she comes. Harper coming down to get the white flag. 1 to go. That is the 1 U.S. Ryder Burke. Ozzie Cassidy. Oh, they're glued right together. That's good. I wondered if that's what was going to happen. You see Ozzie try and duck inside there. Got the lane. Just lost a little speed in doing so. That's nice feeling having them on standby here. We pray that we don't need to use them, but if you ever do, that is definitely a miracle. As we have found out numerous times over the years with lots of different things that have transpired, not only with racing, but just individuals that have been airlifted to medical treatment. And your winner, K-Pro Runabout, Harper Moen Kelly. Second place, Ryder Burke in the 25R. And third, Ozzie Cassidy in the 117. Young man tried something, didn't quite work for him, but, you know, if you don't try those things, you'll never find out. And he learned something that time, and that'll allow him to grow as a driver. They hang a U-turn down there and headed back up course. Thank you to everybody that's doing jobs here today. Lisa, thank you for stepping in and doing flags, at least for a while. I don't know how long you're going to be doing it, but you hope it's not as long as it could be. I know that. But I want to say thank you to everybody, folks on the water, Paula and Steve Andrew making lunches for everybody. If you've been to any of the banquets recently, SOA or PNBRA, you know the kind of food they put out. If you're here serving as one of the volunteers, you know what the lunches are like. They're great, and they will be doing a dinner for
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 3 minute gun.
All right, 3 minute green flag. F45. A 154, Jimmy Malden. Second day ever in one of those. Jimmy's run everything from outboards to inboards up to GPs. I think the only thing he hasn't driven probably is an unlimited at this point. And I'm sure if he was put in that position, he'd probably do a darn good job there as well. Did a great job yesterday when he stepped into this without having any experience of running outboard trim, power trim. He figured it out quickly, learned that they don't always react the way you think when they start to come up, and but he got it back down, and that's one of the things you got to learn in these boats. You get in trouble real quick if you trim it too high at the wrong point. All right, 58, Kayla Huff. 851. I just got to pull my sheet here real quick. 58 is Kayla Huff. The 851 is Kevin Porter. 154 is Jimmy Malden. And I do not see, do we have the 45 out there? 45 would be Carson Kelly. I'm pretty sure that might be Carson up front there, poking along right now. This is a very different animal, and I'm used to driving this kind. It's been a long time since I've done it, but I know how to do it. But to step from one of these and to step into one of the capsule boats now with a front canard would be a real learning experience. And I don't put my driving ability anywhere as near Jimmy Malden's, and I'd be out of my mind to do it right now. But and part of that's I just don't care to be in an enclosed cockpit. But that's just personal preference. They are very safe, and the advent of that back after the loss of Bill Muncie and Dean Chenoweth in our Unlimiteds, and then progressing down into other classes, finally into the tunnel boats, has been a game changer. Doesn't totally preclude everything happening, but it surely helps. All right, Kayla Huff on the outside. Looks like Kevin Porter inside with Carson Kelly right next to him, Jimmy Malden in the middle. As they see the meat and the sandwich there. Nice run by Jim. Carson's right there with Kevin, Mr. Kevin Porter. Kind of the point person to keep all of those boats running right now. They've kind of picked their position and mostly staying there right now. See whether Carson's got anything to step up and get closer, or whether Jimmy Malden might get a little more adventuresome and leg it out a little bit more. Big thing with these boats, it's going to be starting position, propeller, and driver ability. Engines are very, very comparable. Only reason they should be much different is if you've got an engine that's losing compression and not producing horsepower. If you've got something wrong with your gearbox, gear case might be going away. And normally when they go away, they're fast right before they quit. They have nothing slowing them down as far as friction in there. Nope, just had a hook up there by Jimmy Malden. That is not unexpected. All right, one lap to go. And it looks like Carson out front with Kevin Porter right behind him. Jimmy Malden, Kayla Huff. Here we come. The winner of first heat of 45s. That is Carson Kelly. Kevin Porter. Jimmy Malden as he starts to get it up there a little bit. And our fourth place, Kayla Huff. And from what it looks like on my sheet here, they will turn and burn, do a second heat out there, and they will be done for the day at that point. And after that, then Carson will be running different outboards. Kayla Huff will move on and be driving her Sport C boat. So lots of stuff going on. 45s again. Nice thing with these, they carry enough fuel. They can run the 2 heats. Back many years ago, used to run marathons. These were not part of that, but I've run in some at Parker and Havasu. Some of them 9 and 12-hour marathons where you drive an hour, hour and a half at a stint. And then you come in and you fuel and change out drivers and you go back out and you do it. In Europe, they run 24 hours. I think it's on the Seine River over there in Paris. They run lights on the boats, and they run them all night. Don't think I want to try that. Got to be quite the spectacle, quite the endurance run. Kevin Porter, Carson Kelly, Jimmy Malden, and Kayla Huff. As soon as this heat is over, I'm going to take about 3 minutes. I'm going to make my way back to my room, take care of that, turn my key in, and I will be back. We'll do the AX Hydro. They will start probably before I'm back, but we'll come back. We'll call that for you. Then we'll move on to 2.5 stock AX Hydro. It looks like, again, with the E350s. And you'll want to be sure you're here for those E350 Hydros. Should be a good run today. Everybody was doing very well yesterday. Looked good. Only one that we had any issue with was the 62. Don't know that they're sorted out yet, but hopefully they've got that figured out, whatever was going on there. I know they were running a different carburetor yesterday, and that may have been the problem. So all right, actually, I'm going to take my break right now. I'll be right back with you. Well, looks like we got the same same basic pattern as last time. You got Carson and Kevin up front, Jimmy in the middle there, and then Kayla in fourth place in the 58. Boat that's owned by Brent Hall. Brent has given the boat over to the group to run just to make a class. We want as many boats as we can out here running. All right, and that is Carson Kelly, your winner. Kevin Porter in second place. Nice run. He wasn't giving up on him at all. Mr. Jimmy Malden, Friday Harbor, Washington. And the 58, Kayla Huff. Well, we just start scratching off our heats as we go. Going to be a good day. Thank you all for being here. All right, everybody coming off the course. Carson's already in the inboard pit, and the others are coming off right now. As soon as they hit the beach, we will have our AX Hydro. As I said earlier, we did have some attrition yesterday. Copycat, Country Girl, the 37, A37 have withdrawn. I think there was a couple others, but A37 lost a huge part of the bottom out of it. First time here running in the region. I didn't see that transpire, but I know that when they brought it in that there was one whale of a hole in the bottom of that thing, and it did not sink, which is a miracle in its own right. All right, AX Hydro, green flag on the course, 3 minutes. These young folks will come out and tear it up big time and get them in, and then we should have our 2.5 stocks. And it looks as though we have some 2.5 stocks down there. Here we're having getting the last of the E350s in, so we're moving. We're going to make good time today. Don't want to jinx that, but hopefully they run well. We don't have a lot of breakdowns that, where we have to be towing people in, because that does really take a fair amount of time. $122. Should be Colby Wyatt. 25R. Would be none other than Ryder Bergs. And we should have the 119R, Kai Cassidy. You see how nice that boat is riding right now. Great water for this. There's not a lot of chop. The Sea Unlimiteds, they want 6 inches of chop. Well, with outboards, you don't want that. You want it fairly flat. Just a little bit of ripple on the surface so that the boat doesn't stick. Other than that, keep it as smooth as possible. And we may just have 2. It's one of the things I'm not 100% sure on is in outboards whether they can actually start after the 1 minute. I don't think so. I think you have to be on the course running just like you do in inboard. Anytime you do something like that, it's always, if you're late getting there, it's really difficult to get acclimated, get yourself where you need to be. And if it's your first heat of the weekend or the day, not knowing your timing marks, that can be a real nightmare. All right, under 10 seconds. Here they come. Get a different boat ride out of both boats. Rider on the inside. Colby on the outside. Colby's boat a little bit closer to the water, not quite as nose high as Ryder's. And I'm sure that's just the difference in the two. Staying about the same, not making any progress really one way or the other from where they got into the turn down there. Let's see if Colby can pick up anything on the outside there. And this will be an abbreviated heat. It'll be cut to 2 laps. Ryder Burks out front, Colby Wyant second. That's where you have to, you either got to make a decision to dive inside at that point and try and take that position away, or you got to really try and figure out how to get a little more speed going down that back chute. And he's actually opened that up just a little bit, although it does look like Colby moved inside. Don't think he's got enough speed to catch him, though. Not at this point. And that's one of the things with these boats. They're very close in speed. Yep, got an issue up there. Ryder just went down. Well, persistence. Colby Wyant, your winner. Boy, the referees were a genius that time. No question about that. Make a decision to shorten it by a lap, and then you have a breakdown, and it makes for a little quicker turnaround. Kids have done a great job. Make sure when these young folks are coming off the water, if you're here, give them a round of applause. They'll appreciate it. That's one of the nice things in the boats like that, in the vintage. They're open. They can hear you. And if you enjoy it, let them know. They love doing it. keep my eyes open because if I'm not mistaken, I saw another log out here in the front chute. Just trying to tell whether that was my eyes playing tricks or not. I lost sight of it again. No, I think there is something out there, but it's inside. I think it's inside the racing line. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. If it looks to be problematic, then bring attention to it. Well, you saw AX Hydro. Now you're going to see 2.5 stock. And unfortunately, we lost. Get my page turned here. We did lose a monkey business from a failure yesterday. All right. Well, just found out that the one AX didn't run because fuel line came loose. At least they think that's what it is. So hopefully they'll get that done and we can get AX out there. I know that 2.5s are ready in the water down there. As you can see right out in front of us here, just above the start-finish line, we got a pretty good swarm of what looks to be milfoil floating out there. They're moving pretty quick with that tow on that this time, trying to expedite that and get them in and get them to the dock. So would be wonderful to get that back, get it running. As soon as our 2.5s are done, then get them back out, get their second heat, and then move on to E350, then Sport C, then J Runabout, which will be back-to-back. Good morning. And 2.5 mod, 1.5 stock, and right on down the line. Here comes your countdown for 2.5 stock.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 4-minute gun, 2.5 stock.
All right, 2.5 stock. The red boat, the one. Kyle Davenport, Kashmir, Washington. I would speculate that is the 138 and the 8. Well, Mr. Parkin starts up there. He's gonna do his timing run right now. Kyle Davenport, Commodore of PNBRA, reigning national high point. Finding out what he's going to do. Travis Olsch in the 138. Fun and good times. All right. Should be Jade Deathridge in the Crazy 8. And from what I understand, she'll run the first heat. And then Les is going to run the second heat in this, and the same for the mods as they run. So you get to see them each twice today, running different classes. Down to 1 minute and 43. Kyle's still working on trying to get that timing the way he wants. You see the way Kyle got a little bit loose as he came across that wake there. You have to be very careful with that. That's why we tell people they have to blend back in when they cut the course like that. Travis Olsch coming back across again. It looks like Kyle is most likely going to cruise up the back chute. I know Kyle wants lane 1. I don't know if Travis is that concerned with it. Down to just under a minute now. We should get Les and Jade up here at some point and ask them which one's a better driver. We'll start a war. All right. Deathridge on the outside picked it up first. Now Kyle's on it. We'll see what Travis has got for him. That door closes real quick when you're in the middle like that. That's like driving in a tunnel. You see Kyle check up. He's out front. That is the Bose Goes Phantom S1. Kyle Davenport, second place. Fun and good times. Travis Olsch, third. Crazy 8. Well, Travis has got himself in a good spot with this run today. And here he comes, Kyle Davenport. End of lap 2. Pretty much staying with the same separation for all three. Crazy Eights drop back just a little bit. Kyle's out there flat-footing it. Travis trying everything he can to catch him. 2 very fast 2.5 stocks. Jade right there as well. Pretty much settled into their positions, and I don't think you'll see anything now. All right, checkered flag up. Your winner, Kyle Davenport, 2.5 stock. Second place, Travis Hulsh in the 138. Oh, I love you. I love you. Thank you, Shelley. Oh, boy, I don't think I'm sharing these either. Great run, great start. Travis was just off that much. Had he been right there with him at the start-finish line, that might have been a little different story at the end. They have come out this year, run 2 events, and been very, very strong. And it would have been really interesting to see had we had the monkey business out there as well. Also another super strong boat, very fast. J. Michael, the driver of that. It's just fun to watch. Those guys go out and bang heads, and they go hard at it. Do a great job, really do some great competition. Stands right now, we should be back to AX Hydro next. Hopefully with 3 this time. And after that, then the big guns come out. The E350s. Our patrol boat heading back out on the water. We'll be across the racing surface shortly. And it looks like they're picking up some garbage on their way. All right, now they're not going to go on out. They're going to come back off the course. Just got some debris in the middle of the course there. They need to get taken care of so they don't have holes in boats. Here's your countdown.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark.
All right. Green flag on the course. 3 minutes. AX Hydro. .122, that's Colby. .25 is Ryder Burks. Pulling up on my sheet here to get that 3rd entry. Kai Cassidy in the 119. Well, we're ticking them off real quick this morning. Glad to see that. Know the day is going to get very warm. We got a pretty good little breeze coming out of the north. I'd say at this point refreshing. All right, everybody's going to cut the course. They're going over to the back stretch. Got a minute and 25. Probably going to want to kill a little bit of time before they really commit. I would not be surprised to see them turn back into the infield one more time. Nope. They are committed now. You see him getting a little bit of bounce up there. You can see on the water there's a little more breeze there than there is anywhere close to shore. But they are pretty early to make a flat-out run to the start-finish line. All right, Ryder Burks, Colby Ryan, Kai Cassidy. Great to have all three of them running this time. Looks like Ryder, Colby, and Kai going up the back chute. Not really changing distance much there as they go together, or they come together up there on the north turn. Separation is about the same. Colby picked up a little bit just before the turn, but that may have been Ryder setting up to make the turn. As soon as they come down here now, he's about the same. All right, as they go through turn one. Ryder Burke out front. Colby Wine second. Kai Cassidy third. Kai dropping back a little bit. AX Hydro. These young folks are all very early in their racing careers. That shows you how equal these boats are. Why the start is so imperative, to get it right, to be there right on the money every time. It's also where you really develop some skills. You've got to be able to start. You got to figure out how to get the lanes you need, and it will set you well for anything that you drive in your career. Even in HRL now, where they run assigned lanes, knowing how to start is still imperative, because if you can't start in your lane 1 and you're a mile behind, it's of no value. All right, riders open it up a little bit. They both open it up from Kai just a bit. Coming down for their final. Here comes your checkered flag. Ryder Burke in the 25R. 122R, Kobe Bryant. And a 119R, Kai Cassidy. All right, nice run from our AX Hydros. That is the end of AX for the day. They've had their 2 heats. Next up are the 350s, and I'm pretty sure they're in the boat, strapped in, ready to go. Changing the drivers on the E3 today. I'm pretty sure I heard Jeff Bernard would be in their both heats today. Kip Brown driving it yesterday. Let these young folks know just how much you appreciate the show they put on. Sky, Colby, and Ryder. These kids have got great names to be race drivers. Great names. And they're pretty cool kids, too. I probably shouldn't say that too loudly. Okay, here comes a countdown momentarily for the E350s.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 4-minute gun, E350.
All right, 4 minutes. Green flag on the course. Sport C in the water. I think most of them are already. All right, that is E3, JJW Racing. First out. Second boat, that is the E8 Alex Manga. Third boat, E46 Rochelle Hill Family Racing. And the 57 Cheetah, Chris Bertram. All right, should be a barn burner. Had a great run yesterday, the 3 being the winner of Western Divisions. We're at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Here comes Chris Bertram. Gonna pull it up in there, trying to do something. Obviously has a plan. Makes a run up, cuts the course, gonna come across. Wonder, is he going to try and stake out lane one? Well, it's kind of what it looks like, but that'll be fun to watch. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And Jeff jumped right back up in front, pulled to the inside. As our good friend Brad Luce always says, this is the race before the race. Figure out who's going to get lane one. And for a lot of classes, that's really important. And it really depends on where you are around the country. Certain courses, you don't want to be on the inside. They are way too tight. And you can actually run quicker from, say, lane 2 or 3. Most of the time, if you've got a decent race course, lane 1 is the one you want. If your boat will turn, if it hooks up and turns, that's where you want, because you've got the shortest distance to run then. The folks outside, if you're out 6 lanes out, you're going to have to run a minimum of 12 miles an hour faster just to stay up with everybody. So you can see how overtaking at a race site would become problematic if you are out a number of lanes. That is why starting is so imperative. Down to 30 seconds. Jeff Bernard on the inside. Looks like Alex is, can't tell for sure. Looks like he's in about lane 3. I think Bertram's in 2. Rochelle Hill is going to be outside. You watch Jeff. I'll almost guarantee you Jeff will nail this start. If you were betting money, that's who you put it on. All right, there they come. Going to be a good start. All right. Jeff, Alex, Rochelle. And it was hard to see Chris in there at all. Jeff Bernard out front in the 3. Second place right now, I'm going to say, is Chris Bertram. Third place, Alex Manga. Fourth, Rochelle Hill. And Alex moving into second. You see how hard Rochelle came down into that turn. That LS 5.3 is really starting to run well. Chris Bertram back in the second place. Alex on his hip. Alex comes around the outside. Jeff Bernard having it all his way out front. Lets the boat slide a little bit. Comes right down in about lane 3. Alex Manga second. Chris Bertram third. And Rochelle Hill fourth, and right on their tail. Anybody falters, she'll take over that position right away. All right, Alex got him in that turn and took off. Now Chris is going to really have to pour on the speed to get him going up the back chute. Doesn't look like he's got it. Alex Manga just pulled into second place. Jeff Bernard first, coming down for his white flag. 1 to go. Alex Manga second. Chris Bertram third. Rochelle's gaining. Rochelle Hill is gaining every lap. Like I say, if somebody falters or they have an engine problem, propeller, whatever, Rochelle is right there and within striking distance. And the neat thing is, Chris is really not pulling her. Here he comes, Jeff Bernard off the north turn in the JJW's sponsored and owned boat, the 83. Jeff Bernard, your heat winner. Second place, the E8, Clare, Michigan, Alex Manga. Chris Bertrand in the 57 Cheetah. Whoa, and that was a close run. And you see the due caution that was used? That's paying attention by Rochelle Hill. Needed to try and get that third place. Soon as she did, she was watching those other boats. She knew where Alex was. She split that safely. Going to come around now. Chris Bertram cutting the course. He's going to head back to the pits, as is Rochelle and Alex. That's one of those where you may be well advised to move on through the turn unless you've got a lot of separation, and there was not that much there, so. Could have been very detrimental to everybody's health there, but nice driving, no question. Congratulations to Jeff Renard, the winner of the E350 first heat of Sunday morning at the 2025 Terry Troxel Memorial Race. Delighted to be here. We will be back in about 2 weeks. We will be in Brewster, Washington. I think it's the 6th and 7th up there. It's a 3rd or 4th annual race up there. We've got a full field, should have quite a bit. I don't know if we've got any outboards for up there or not, but we do have the Sport Cs were supposed to be there. Not sure if we have any outboard classes, but all of our standard, our regular week in and week out classes will be there for inboard. Vintage will be there. And do our best to put on a really good show for everybody. Then we got a week off, and then we move on to Moses Lake, the 20th and 21st, for a vintage-only event. The week after that, we'll be back in Manson, Washington, on beautiful Lake Chelan in the little bay up there for Hydrofest, Manson Hydrofest 2025. And that will conclude our season here in Region 10. I know there's probably some other races going on around the country, and depending on what the points situation is for people traveling, if they need to secure points chase position. I know last couple of years we've had people going back east a couple times, making sure they had enough points to do that. I know Bryce Todd did that with the E350 in his freshman year, first year of doing this, rookie year. And as it was, he went, and it turned out he wouldn't have had to. The folks he was worried about didn't do well, and he actually secured the points title anyway. But you don't know. And back in the day when we did even more racing than what we do now, we would have people come from California, race here on Saturday, and turn around and go to Ogden, Utah for a Sunday race, just because they were chasing points. And that was Doc Roach back in the day. And I know others did that as well. We've had that happen with many people. They're here, and the next thing you know, they're on the road, and they've got to get somewhere else to be at another event. The nice thing these days is we have enough separation that we don't have to do that kind of stuff for the most part. You will maybe run next weekend on the East Coast if you're really needing to have points or wanting points. Everybody's got to make that decision. And if you're chasing a national high point, Hall of Champions, those kinds of things, then you go to those events. That's how you get there. That's the way you win those things. All right, Sports C is ready. Here's your countdown.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, guns, 4 C's.
All right. Well, I think the Sport C drivers heard that. I know each one of their crew was counting it down as well. Will Huffman, the 560, owned by Gary Hansen. Gerald Benedict in the 697 out of Warrenton, Oregon. The 991, Kayla Huff out of Edmonds, Washington. And the 845, Mark Mead out of Astoria, Oregon. You saw him yesterday. We're down another boat. Shane is on the beach today. Probably should have gone and grabbed Wes's engine and put on his boat and run it. As I said, Wes is back in Everett and doing well today. Or maybe I should just say doing better. I won't say well, but doing better. And hope for speedy recovery for him, and he's back out to play with us. I know he's been a big part of the Sport C family for a very long time. Does a great job, been a great ambassador, I know he's been a rep, he's been in a lot of leadership positions for that group. Wish him the best, and we want him back out here so we can play again. Up next should be Jay Runabout. They're going to run back-to-back, then 2.5 Mod, 1.5 stock K-Pro Hydro, SE K-Pro, Vintage Small, 1 liter, J Hydro back-to-back, Cracker Box, and Large Vintage, or Vintage Large. And we'll find out where we stand with some of the boats a little bit later today for Vintage. I know Ruby 2 had another issue that time, and I got a feeling it's in the engine. I don't think it's anything as far as milfoil this time. It's probably got too hot when they lost that rocker yesterday, because I know it was spitting oil out the exhaust, but we'll find out on that. And depending on how many boats we got, they may have to group them up. Would prefer not to, but depend on who all's running for that flight. One of the things that you don't realize unless you go out there with these boats and get in the water, smaller boats running with the big boats. The big boats leave a big trough. If they got a big skid fin, big propeller, they just cut a real trough in the water. And the little boats, they just get pounded. One of the reasons why the Ombre is not here this weekend is it's just had some abuse. It gets driven hard, not race speed hard, but hard. And with some of the water that they've been in Richland and down in Black Lake, in fact, with the numbers that were out there, just took a beating and needed some maintenance. And discretion was just a little smarter to park it for a couple weeks and then come back and finish out the last couple races of the year and do our exhibitions and get runs, and then get ready to do off-season maintenance and some engine changing. And I know that Steve's going to build another engine, and we're going to change heads and cams on this engine. So a lot of stuff going on. Kayla, a little bit early there. Okay, a lot of bit early. They'll be good. If anything, Will is across, but I doubt it. My vantage point has not been. Okay, good start. The vantage point here is deceptive. I know I'm not right at the line, and trying to watch the boats, the line, and the clock is a little difficult, and it's off just slightly from what I can see. So thought we had a couple yesterday that weren't jumpers, so that's why I will always say it is for the officials to decide, and I don't have that moniker. I've been in that position before. Don't do it these days. Guess if it was necessary, I could. Okay, we got that Gerald. Looks like Gerald is not running too well. I didn't see if he hooked and spun down there. Would not be a surprised to know that he flat spun again. He did that yesterday too. And as he said, it was driver error, not boat. All right, Will Huff, followed by his daughter Kayla Huff. Mark Mead in the 8.45. You'll see Mark back out here a little bit later, riding in his son's cracker box. Gerald Benedict coming down the front chute in fourth place. The 697 is also out of the Astoria, Oregon area. Guy that's just been having a ball. Might not be the fastest, probably won't be the fastest. But he's having more fun. Oh, Kayla's caught up with Dad. Now they're going to put on a show. These boats are very, very close as far as speed and performance. Well, now you got to ask the question, is Dad playing games? We'll find out. If Will sticks his nose back out in front, we'll know that he's not under full power or pushing it, and he's already back up in the lead. We'll see where that goes. It's fun to watch them, and a lot of banter back and forth, and she realizes Dad's got a whole lot more experience in this. .560 was the boat of Steve Waldy, and Mike White drove the 991 for a long time. And those two clowns, and I mean clowns, and I love them both, but they were out there battling almost every heat. And Waldy was a propeller player, and he was always trying to find that next better prop. Will this one work better this time than that one? And when he would pick right, he was right there. Sometimes he wouldn't. Got a white flag out. One more lap to go as Kayla comes by again. And I'm sure as soon as we get to the turn, Will's gonna lead foot it through and get back in front. But they would trade first and second all the time in those two boats. And now they have different owners. Same situation again. Both of them have proven themselves in race boats, in the tunnel boats. Will having driven the champ boats as well. Done quite well. Driving at Seafair in the OPC sponsored portion of it for a number of years. And at that time he had his own champ boat. Well, Will got a little bit out of shape there. He was kind of dancing around back there. I'm going to move to the outside now. Well, your winner, Kayla Huff in the 991, Will Huff in the 560. Mark Mead in the 845. Third place. He'll be coming down the line in a minute here. He's a bit behind. Like I say, don't think you're ever going to see him out front running away from everybody. But I don't think he really cares. He just loves doing this. He's been a great addition. He's a super guy. Gerald Benedict in a 697. Glad he is a part of this. And you can either thank the Meads or curse the Meads for bringing him on board. All right, he's going to pull a U-turn down here or make a run back up the front chute. At least I hope he makes a run up the chute. Get that done and out of the way. Yeah, if you want a treat and you ever get a chance to drive one of these things, it's very, very interesting. Not a lot of power, but with the power trim you can do a lot of things. And that's the other thing with these boats. If you don't have it aired out, and when I say that I mean the nose is very high, they just will not run. They don't get any speed. You got to get them up and really rocking and rolling. Then you can trim them down a little bit. It is the only way you can get them to run. And you have to really be careful in the turns because they're not that fast. And if they come down and they wet a bunch of the surface, they flat spin instantly. You're around and you do a 360 instantly. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Randy Christensen had that happen when he drove one time. I know Glenn up in Snohomish drove a couple of races in one and flat spun it twice in one lap, I think. There is an art to driving these things, and you would really be amazed what you can do with that power trim and what the boats do. If you've ever watched Seafair in the past and saw the tunnel boats and you saw Fairchild run a couple times and win, he would bunny hop the boat in front of the stands. Here comes your countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 3-minute gun. Chase.
3 minutes. Green flag on the course. 107, the 99. 117. You see him trying to step up and get over the front of the boat, trying to get it to... There you go. You hear it? You listen to that engine change the tone. Just not getting up on plane. 107 coming back in. Obviously another issue there. What you see happening out there right now, trying to run back over their own wake just to try and break the boat free. That's where you got to really jump on it and try and knock it over. So it's, we've got to get that squared away because we don't want them going the wrong way on this front stretch there. That is Kobe Wyatt out in front of us here in the 107. I know that's a frustrated young man. All right. We've only got 2 running, but they will do what they can. You see him take a couple pretty good leaps there. That is the thing about the runabouts. They're anything but, I guess, semi-controlled. It's about as close as you can say to control. It's a balancing act. You see the boat out in the middle of the course there, headed for turn one, and I'm hoping that if the current keeps pushing that boat, they will be able to get to the patrol boat. We'll be able to get them and get them under tow so that when the heat's over, we can get them back on dry land so we can see if we can get them turned around. Because this is supposed to be back-to-back. Whether we can or not is questionable right now. And after this will be the 2.5 mods. And we do the 1.5 stock T-boat, K-Pro Hydro, SE, Sportsman Entry, K-Pro, again, Vintage Small, 1 liter, J Hydro, back-to-back, then Cracker Box, and then Vintage Large. And that finishes out our first flight of the day. And we'll turn around and our outboards will be completed at that point. And we will start with the second part, which is E350 2.5 stock Sport C 2.5 mod T-boat SE Vintage Small 1 liter Cracker Box, and then Vintage Large. And that will conclude our weekend. We got a lot more racing today. Glad to be here in Pateros this weekend. Beautiful weather. Not going to complain about this at all. We got beautiful weather on the west side right now, but we don't get near as much of it as you folks do over here. You are blessed. Well, unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of competition there. I think this might be, trying to see if it's 99 or 46 or just exactly what the number is. You see our patrol boat down there trying to get to our J runabout. All right, checkered flag out. And it looks like that is the 99. All right, the rescue is going to try and do a pull start on that engine out there in turn one and see if they can get that J runabout going. That way the driver can drive it back in without having to have a tow, which is always preferable. If not, then they will get towed. We have that ability. It just slows the process a little bit. But that is unfortunate. But it does happen. And with the smaller outboards, a lot of times, with a lot of the outboards, you cannot get them refired once they're out there. Especially with the young folks, they're not always big enough or strong enough to do it, let alone do it while they're out on the water. And the boat fired, and there he goes. So he will bring that back, hopefully under power. Speeds up the show a whole bunch. And big hand to our safety and rescue out there for putting some muscle into that and getting that started so we can get that boat cleared from the race course. Oh, look at that. Right up and on plane. And 117. And that is Ozzie Cassidy. And just a little information on Gunnar O'Farrell. Gunnar could not get that boat to run at slow speed. It would run flat out, but there was no in between, no low speed that he could run at. For whatever reason, just would not run, so they were done for the weekend. He was only going to be here for the day, but we should have okay, 2-5 mod coming up for your 4-minute countdown.
Yep, they're ready. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. 2.5.
All right, hopefully that was not as garbled as it sounded. 2.5 mods. Kyle Davenport stepping up, running in the mod class. That is the S1 or A1. No, it can't be A1 because that's Bartels, and they are the national high point. So it is S1 or S6, as it was prior to becoming national high point. The blue boat on the back chute, that is a Crazy Eights, and that should be Les Dethridge. The boat coming out of the pits right now, doing better each and every time it comes out. That is the A225 Justin Burnett Hydrochondriac out of Spokane, Washington. And it is the 12 Tribes Casinos that are their prime sponsor. Happy for that. Kyle Davenport. Boy, this is a tough-looking crew going by right now. Don't want to mess with them, right? Hey, Randy, you guys figure out what was going on? All right. Just checking with Randy Slinker and that Kiwi guy, Paul Kiwi Russell out of Kamloops, BC. Jade Les Deathridge. Kyle Davenport. This should be a good heat. Down to a minute 13. Randy, the owner driver of the Ruby 2, had my son out there that last go-round, and they broke a bolt on the throttle linkage. And so that's what happened there. Not sure if they can do anything about it, but if it's just a bolt, if it's a shaft, that's a different story. If it's a bolt, there's possibilities. But see what they do. Justin Burnett way up in front of everybody. Kyle and Les back here. Three very proficient drivers in both 2.5 mod and stock. This is the 2.5 mod class. Down to 14 seconds. Here comes Kyle. He's got to have a good run. Good start. Kyle Davenport leads him into turn one. Les Deathridge in the middle. Justin Burnett outside. Justin with a brand new Honda setup in that this year. Rule that was approved at the national meeting in January. All right. Follow Kyle Davenport right now. Les Deathridge right there, though. I know Justin's been working on that setup, trying to figure out how to make it go faster. They've had a lot of issues. They're getting better, not where he wants to be. The thing about it is the Honda is definitely faster than the little Ford. And so that's what everybody's running. They've really gone to it back east and in HRL. We will be moving into it. But I know, like with Kyle, he just rebuilt all of his engines, and so it was a situation. No, I'm not spending that money right now. And he's doing very well with the Ford in the stock class, stepping up to run in this class right now. It is legal to step up. You can't go the other way. See him cut that really tight on the buoy line. There's an art to knowing how close you can get. And sometimes you get too close. And then it gets expensive. Because the buoys are normally $200 a piece or more. I think I heard $250 here a few weeks ago. About a half a lap between first and third right now, a little more than that. Kyle Davenport, your winner. Wire to wire. Never any question. Second place, Les Deathridge in a Crazy 8. All right, Les pulling off the course. Knew he had enough room before anybody came down. Radio letting him know that. I'm sure Jade is on the radio. And your third place, Justin Burnett out of Spokane, Washington, Hydrochondriac Racing. 12 Tribes Casino is sponsor, among others, but that is the prime sponsor. J Runabout for their second go-round. And hopefully everybody gets running this time and continues running. Makes it a whole lot more interesting for everybody on the beach. All right, I would love to bring you that countdown, but it's too garbled for you to have to put up with. That is 117. Should be Aussie. Just about there. There you go. No? Spoke too soon. Got it. Got it. Some people have issues, others don't. And it happens to everybody from time to time. Well, just two. Was really hoping that we'd have all four of them out here. How are you? Hi. Big smile there. That's great. Love the kids. Kids are great. Oh, she'll figure it out before long. Won't take long either. Then Dad's in trouble. How are you? Are you doing good? Have a young lady down here. A new fan. A new fan. We always like to have new fans that will enjoy our racing. A young lady watching some other young kids out there doing a lot of fun stuff. And at this point, fun stuff is what she would understand. All right, we'll see you later. All right, 8 seconds down to our start. Don't think we got to worry about timing on this. No 117. The other one, I want to say 119, but I don't think that's right. It could be the 47 of Asher's. I just can't tell from here. And I do apologize for that. And it will get worse as the day goes on and the sun does its magic on our eyes. next on my list is 1.5 stock, the T-boats. Some more of the youth out there running. Should be minimum age of 14. And I'm pretty sure that is Asher Kelly out there. All right, on their white flag lap, one more to go. It's all Asher on this one, no question. Fun to watch the progression of the Kelly boys and the other kids as well. I know when Carson and Asher both first got started, they were very reticent, like not unlike Dad. J. Michael was not comfortable being on mic back in the day, and gotten much better at that. And one of the reasons that I like to interview the kids as they go through all of this is learning how to do that work, because that is part of racing, learning how to be interviewed. If you step into some of the bigger classes, especially into Unlimiteds or Grand Prix at some of the national events, you've got all kinds of media there. And they want to talk to you. They want to interview. They've got to ask questions. So we want these young people to learn that as they go through this process, get comfortable with the microphone, comfortable with the people that ask questions. I don't know that everybody looks at it that way, but I know some of these, especially I know with Carson. Carson would love to graduate what he's doing and step into an unlimited hydroplane when the time comes, when he's old enough. And if he's going to do that, I want to see him succeed, not only on the race course, but as the public persona for his sponsors. It's a huge thing that we have to do, and I know a lot of drivers are not real comfortable with it. Some of us, it doesn't bother to be in front of people and talk or to have that microphone, but that's not the norm. So try and help them with that, make them better at it. And 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, green flag on the course. T-boats, 1.5 stock. Well, they put on a good race, couple races yesterday. You can be sure they're going to go back at it, be tooth and nail again this morning. We have 5 boats that have hit the course. Hopefully everybody is up and running. So far, so good. All right, finally, all of them up and running. That should have been Carson Kelly. Brady Brackett in the 33. Haley Scarborough in the 3. Nope, I was wrong. That first boat was Mr. Cushing. Uh-oh. All right. That is Cannon Cushing, the 333. The boat in front of him, pretty sure it's Dick Lynch, the 888, Rob Johnson's boat. Dick out here to get some heats in if he can, keep his driving license up to snuff. All right. Haley Scarborough on the outside. Brady Brackett on the inside. Down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Cannon Cushing cutting the course right now. Dick Lynch up in the north turn. First time he's been in that boat. Been a while since he's been out. Been a couple of years. But he's got to keep his license up to date so he can step back in here. I know he would really like to take his 2.5 mod and set a world record. That is the goal. Hopefully they can pull that off yet. Been a long time coming, but hopefully they'll do that. All right, down to 38 seconds. We're up here we're trolling for salmon right now, folks. Not what we really want to see, but that is boat racing. Down to 12 seconds. 10. You're at 5. All right, looks like Cannon and maybe Carson Worley. It'll be under review. We'll see what happens, see what the referees have to say. That is their call. They have a direct view across the course, plus they have cameras to review. Cannon on the outside, looks like Carson on the inside. Looks like Hayes. No, that is Brady Bunch in third. Brady Brackett. Aye. No, it's probably the Brady Bunch. Carson Kelly, Cannon Cushing, Brady Brackett, Haley Scarborough. All right, we just had one boat go down right here in the water at turn 1. That looks like Cannon Cushing. As Dick Lynch, you're okay. Dick Lynch just went by on the outside in the 888. Looks like Cannon has gotten fired again, or got propeller propulsion at least to move him, maybe on the starter. All right, here they come around the corner there. Carson Kelly, Brady Brackett, Haley Scarborough. All right. Dick Lynch in the 888. Out there getting his laps in to make sure he stays qualified. Well, Brady Brackett has taken over first place. Not by much. But he's got the lead over Carson Kelly right now. Got that Jones really rolling along. Brady Brackett, Carson Kelly, Haley Scarborough. Nice run up front for those two. And it's nice to see Brady finally getting a handle on that thing. They spent the last year and a half, and they've struggled mightily. They're starting to get it. It's running much better. Young man does a great job. He stayed with it. I know a lot of people would have been discouraged and maybe turned and walked away, but no, they're staying with it. Dick Lynch coming around to start his final lap. Checkered flag coming out for Brave Rocket in the 33. Your winner. Second place, Carson Kelly. And third place, Haley Scarborough. Dick Lynch making his way up the backstretch right now. I know he's going to be pleased to have that run as fast as he'd like to go. And while Dick is out there, I'll just put a plug in. If you are interested in picking like a vintage boat, Dick Lynch has a Jones 145 that would be perfect to run in vintage. I did a bunch of work on it last fall, and it's ready for paint and to get an engine. And he has everything to put it together, so just a little plug there. I know there's somebody looking at it right now, but whether that's going to happen or not is questionable. We will continue to do that. You know, if you are interested in being a part of this sport, whether it's being here on the beach doing something, if it's being a crew member, buying a boat, come talk to me. I'm pretty visible up here towards just north of the start-finish line. Give me information, and I'll try and help you, direct you. Take your information, if nothing other than that, and have someone contact you. There are numerous boats that are available. There will be more at the end of the year. I know normally there's always somebody deciding it's time to either move away or move on. So they do pop up. Sometimes boats become available out of nowhere. Retirements happen that way as well. And I know we've got one that we'll probably talk about here in a little while. Owner of that boat's promised me he would come up at some point today to talk. I hope we can do that. It's disappointing to have people when they do retire, but also have to honor their time in this sport and what they've done and accomplished, and respect them as they choose other avenues or, just slow down a little bit. It's not always easy to keep doing this, as I seem to find every morning when I get up. All right. My schedule says K-Pro Hydro. I'm not sure if that's what we're going to have up or not, but we will find out. Josh Culver. I don't know if you can hear me. Jennifer Cushing, if you can hear me. Jennifer Cushing. No, you're going the right direction. I was trying to get Josh over here, but it's okay either way. Do we have any idea who these would be? It's a Chevrolet, and it's got Richards. I'm guessing that's who it is. Okay, thank you. Had a set of keys, and I think I know where it goes. Okay, I didn't see Austin there. I'd have hollered at him. we're gonna play with the fob now, huh? Okay, thank you. I will get back with you folks in a little bit if we don't find the vehicle that goes to. K-Pro, 3-minute countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 3-minute green flag on the course. One more turn. Kai Cassidy. $25, that's going to be Ryder Burks. 122, I think, is Colby, and the 107 will be Brody. And I could be wrong. And then you've also got the US 1, which would be Harper. Well, if my count is correct, we got 4. We're just missing one of what would have been 5. As soon as we see everybody again, we'll try and get you the correct numbers and drivers. We're down to about 1:10 as they start their milling. Everybody churning up the infield out there, trying to get ready, scrub a little time off, get ready for their start. All right, all grouped up pretty close except the one. Got Ryder Burks on the inside. It's like the 119 to 122. Nah, I could be wrong on that. I apologize. I've got to step away for a minute or two. I'll be right back. All right, we got a solo this time. Zach Christensen out there. Bill Strain broke yesterday, and before we had parts from here to breakfast, he decided he was going to take the boat home so that he could play another day, fix it, and come back. And Travis is, discretion is a better part of valor sometimes. You make decisions. And so he's going to sit out. Zach is out there trying to get laps, trying to get heats in so he can get qualified as a driver, as he is in that gray area right now, trying to get approved. He's got to get his card signed off by the referee, and he's not there yet. Won't be for a while yet, but it's part of the process we go through. We do the same thing in the vintage. You run so many heats. If you do what you're told, the way you're told, you get your card signed. If you don't, well, then you're going to have to do more. And the thing you don't want to do is screw up and get yellow cards or red cards. Get a yellow card, you're on the beach for a while. If you get a red card, you're on the beach for a year. And that goes across all of racing. Accidents happen, but you don't do dumb things. I mean, I know there's people that say we're dumb to get in a boat. We love doing this kind of stuff. That's why we do it. All right. Just trying to get this timing down to get ready for that start here. Travis, while I got you kneeling down beside me here, tell me a little bit about the engines in these SE boats. I know you know pretty well.
Yeah, so they're a Chevy 350, small block, and at least for our setup, we have the GM Vortec heads on them. The carburetor, it's all natural aspirated engine. With this class, it is limited to 90 mile an hour, and we can do that with the gear ratios. So we do run a V-drive in the boat. We will, after every heat, we'll come in and check our speeds and go from there, check plugs, and make sure that we're running right, and go from there.
All right. Zach Christensen making his start, and that's good. He's a little bit behind it. That's all right. That means he's paying attention. And I'm going to hand you this other mic for a second, and it is on. Go ahead and try that real quick. No. I'll give you this. Hang on 1 second. 1, 2, 1, 2. Just do it with a single. All right. For whatever reason, that one is not going. You set a record at Black Lake. I didn't think we could set records in the SE and SA classes. How in the world did you pull that off? I mean, I know you had to run over by not more than the allowed amount.
Yeah, so we ran on Saturday. We ran the boat, and we had a really good heat with Kit Brown, and we came in and they were talking about records and how basically both of us would have had a record. And I kind of looked at them and I said, "There's no way. It's a GPS class." So I kind of looked into it a little bit more, and sure enough, they didn't have a record for the SE for a mile and 2/3. And so we made a start on Saturday morning, and on Sunday morning I looked back in the first heat and I had 4 little boats and made a record.
So how much room did you have left before you broke out?
Not much. We were running at 89. Believe it was 8, 89.7, somewhere around there. But there's not much I could have done. Maybe a turn or two could have been a little bit better, but it is what it is. So we'll see what happens with it.
And you won the Nationals, correct?
Last year we won the Nationals, High Points. This year, for the Summer Nationals, we didn't. Chip Brown ended up walking away with that one.
All right. I know you got a lot more racing to do in your future. You've run outboards, you've run flats, you run hydros. What do you think? What's your favorite?
I don't know. I'd have to go ahead and say probably either the flat bottom or maybe even deck riding in 1100 runabout. That's one of the best rides I've ever had. So.
Well, he's being honest about it, and you don't have to love the inboards the most. I know a lot of folks that have spent their entire racing career in outboards. They've been phenomenal at it. You, my own friend, have been good in all that you've stepped into, and I know I'm going to talk with Sean a little bit later about what's going on there. You guys have had a good run the last couple of races since they came out, and we'll kind of share more of that later with Sean, but we're glad to have you here, and I only look for bigger and better for you, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll go out and go put on a show as much as we can and wherever we can.
And they always do. Travis got sucked into this. His dad came and ran crane for Nest Cranes for us for many, many years. Dad actually drove a vintage boat up in Brewster in a test session. And we haven't got him back in one. I told him yesterday, talking to him, we've got to get him in a cab over because it's a whole lot better ride, and he will enjoy himself much, much more. All right. Look at my schedule here real quick. Should be K-Pro Hydro. Thank you. Super young man, very gifted. And I know Mom and Dad are pretty darn proud too. All right, I see 4 boats back on the water. Ryderberg's going by right now. That's the easy one in this. 122. I want to give a shout out. Well, we got a little bit of quiet here to Steve Fairbanks and Higher Vantage for being here with their drones and getting all the aerial footage that they are and being able to use that for our refereeing. You will notice that we have less boats in the turns now than we did in the past. This is what has looked to be the future for racing in many venues. I know Vintage is still calling for flags, and we're making a little bit of concessions on that, but inboard is going to drones. That is the direction that's been set by Tim Collins, and boy, we got getting a little tight up there. Had a driver that I don't think knew there was somebody next to him or behind him, just behind him. We're down to 11 seconds. The outside there got a nice run. Is that the 122? That is the 122R. Ryder Burke's across first. Red Boat on the inside second. And the 122R third. You see Ryder take away lane one as he went into the turn there. Got enough overlap. Interesting thing with the outboards, you don't have to have the overlap like you do in an inboard. And he is just pulling away out there. We got one coming off the course right here, off turn 2. Obviously something not quite right. And that was the 119. That is Kai Cassidy. Well, I got to tell you, they got to have their hands full down there. Cassidy's got 3 kids running and all kinds of boats and motors to deal with. So, a lot of fun to watch. Well, we started with 5 registered, down to 4. Now we're down to 3. See him get a little bouncy up there in the north turn. A little bit rough. Got just a little breeze. This is, this has got to be one of the best days we've had in a long time over here for outboards and inboards. Thing about it, Ryder Burke's your winner. Whoa, second place get a little loose there. That is the 122. Should be Colby Wyatt. The thing about coming over here, when it's nice and the water's flat, this is absolutely the most beautiful place to come and run. When the wind picks up, it's ugly. It gets real ugly in a hurry. And normally what we have is, when that transpires, we have a wind that comes kind of out of the east, and it comes right up the river, right to turn 1 there. And it just gets beyond rough. We've seen it in 15, 20 minutes in the past go from very nice like this to what looks like the ocean. And the reason for that is that wind is going against the current, so it's turning it into whitecaps. And never a good situation when that happens. We deal with it. A lot of times we have to pull the plug on it, but just to try and keep everybody apprised, we will take a break at 1 o'clock. All of the volunteers will receive their lunch then so that they can, we need to get everybody, especially those out there on the water, off the water so they can get their all right, vintage small. In other words, not quite as big as the big boats. Gangrene, Ron Magnuson. Bernie Schneider. Calypso. Looks like water scamp right there. I know Ruby 2 had issues. Whether they were coming out or not, I can't say. But I haven't heard anything from JB and Water, the E66. So I'm not sure where that stands. Hopefully we get everybody out. Not looking likely at this point, but try and sort at lunch, see what the situation is there. I know the throttle was an issue for Ruby 2. Three beautiful vintage race boats there. Jeff Snyder on the outside, as we lovingly call him Bernie. If you need an autograph, bring money. I know Jimmy Labrie was posting a lot of stuff about, as he said, Bernie Snyder, a.k.a. Jeff, coming to Brewster, taking naps and signing autographs. If he's napping, don't wake him up. Just wait. He can get a little owly. But all kidding aside, great guy. Dad Frank, one of the original drivers of that boat, and the 1971 National High Point champion in that boat. That is designed and built by Ed Carrollson, and it is known as a bent bullet. And the reason for that is if you look at the cowling, the front cowling, it looks like a bent bullet. And hence that is where the name came from. All right, sounds like I got an issue with the microphone here. Ron Magnuson in the Gangrene, that is a Don Kelson designed and built hydroplane. Eddie Kelson drove that boat. It was his boat originally. It did very well. In fact, I think he had National High Point, maybe even a national championship with it. And then the boat was gone for quite some time. I think Jarvis has had it, and they got it back, and it was restored and back out here. And Sean Kelson cut his teeth driving that boat, and Eddie drove it. A lot of people have driven that boat. Ron Magnuson bought it a number of years ago, campaigned it. I know later this fall it'll probably be in my shop for new decks and check on the structure inside to make sure it's good. And I know he's looking at possibly another boat for down the road, maybe a little bigger. All right, water scamp on it. Randy Christensen just across the line first to start this heat. I know Bernie was trying to get there, but it didn't happen. The boat out front right now is the Calypso 2. Ed Carrollson Conventional. That was one of Ed's early forays into this sport. And it was thought to be a transition time from conventionals Oh, yeah, somebody will definitely need those keys. But that boat was supposed to be a transitional boat. It was built after the Bardol, the Budweiser, the Parco boats back in the day. Trying to think if there was also I think it was a Notre Dame built in that style for Unlimiteds. Wide transom, but conventional. And right after that, he started to build all of the cabovers. And I was blessed to work for Eddie for a while after Champlain Motor was built. And we built a whole bunch of boats back there, one of them being Mr. Bud. Schneider always being a showman. Got to get his hand up and wave to the crowd. Having a lot of issue right now with feedback on the radios. I'm trying to listen into a conversation. We are getting close to our break. We will take a break at 1 o'clock for sure. Gangrene out front. Water scamp in the middle. Ooh. Water scamp first across at that point with Calypso right on his, they were close. And Ron Magnuson fell back a little bit. The difficulty out there with this, and it's not quite so bad with Ron now, but with the bigger boats, Ron cannot run in that water. That's a little boat. It's only about 15 feet long. Those others are 16 and 18 feet. They run bigger propellers. They've got more weight. They make a lot of mess out there. They cut a trough in the water with a propeller, also the rudder and the skid fin, and it churns it up pretty good. Ron does a very nice job of running with him, but it is problematic. All right, nice photo finish. They all won. It's like saying everybody got a plaque or an award, trophy, whatever. And we have 1 liter is next. They put on a whale of a show earlier, as well as yesterday. Should not disappoint. All right. Ron Magnuson got his hand up, leading them across the course back to the pits. Everybody making a wise decision to make that second left-hand turn after the finish and coming back to the pits. Anytime you can do that in a safe manner, it just speeds up the show. Because you clear the course and you get the water free again for the next course, or next class, excuse me. And we do have 1 liter up next. 1 liter, and then it looks like J Hydro. It shows 2 heats, Cracker Box, and Vintage Large. Irregardless, what I'm told is at 1 o'clock we will take our break. Hopefully we can get it in. If not, we will finish that right after lunch, and it looks like that may or may not happen, but we'll figure that out. Everybody back basically to the dock, off the racing course. nice run. Hopefully we get a little time during lunch. I can go find out what's going on with a couple of boats and if they can come back. We've had some attrition, and some of it's kind of new boat blues. Ruby 2 is a new boat. Country Girl and Copycat, while they're not new, have not been out for quite some time. And major changes in the Country Girl, still not quite there. And I think one of the biggest things is the engine's not putting out the power that they really need to make the boat run so they can check it. 3, 2, 1, mark. 4-minute, 1-liter hydro. Green flag is on the course. Here they come. The Copycat was off the water for could be as much as 10 years, and had some major issues last year when they tried to run. Almost submarined the boat in a test before they brought it out, and we fixed a bunch of stuff and then found out there was a whole bunch more we didn't know about. So we've done that, but they have a major balance issue at this point, and they've got to get that taken care of. So we will do that in the near future. All right, 1-liter hydro. That is the Y41. Shenanigans. Tim Collins, the owner. J. Michael Kelly, the shoe. That is the 45. That is a Sweet Lemon. That is the 8. That is a 12. It looks like the 18 is coming down right now. That is the 18 of Jim Seckler. Jeff Bernard, the driver. So you got Kelly against Bernard. Both of these drivers very, very proficient at their craft. Katie Brown in the 8. And that is Strong Racing, Chris Ketter, number of others that sponsored that boat. Mom and Dad? .45, that is Mr. Michael Jarvis sitting in this week for Brad Sanchez. Dave Lemon, the owner. That is the Sweet Lemon. The 12 coming up off the turn right now on the outside. Marissa Bartels. That is Sour Lemon. And that is Dave Lemon. Everybody in pretty good shape. And Katie, I am sure, is doing what Dad is calling for. And I haven't heard that anybody else is in the seat, so it should be Katie Brown. All right, here they come, the fanning out. Looks like we have a good start. We got the 41, looks like the 41 out front, 18 inside. Yep. Jay had just a little bit of a jump at the start. A little more boat speed, was able to carry that into the turn. Jeff is going to race him hard. No question about that. What'll make the difference is if somebody makes a mistake, a bobble, or they have a failure. The 41, the 18. You see how high he's riding. The 12. The 8. And the 45. And J. Michael Kelly has legged it out a little bit, got a little more breathing room. He won't take a deep breath probably until he's after the checkered flag. It's always tense when you get in a race. At least I was. I won't say that for these folks because they are much, much better. J. Michael Kelly shenanigans, the 41. And Jeff Renard in the 18. Fast, steady. Katie Brown, nice run from that young lady this week. The 12, Marissa Bartels. And the 45, Michael Jarvis. All right, turn 2. J. Michael Kelly extending that lead a little bit. Here he comes, starting his 4th and final lap. Heat's going all his way so far. The 18, Fast Eddie. Jim Seckler, the owner. Jeff Renard, the driver. Here comes your 3rd place boat, Miss Katie Brown. And we're close back here. All right. 3rd place goes to Katie Brown. 4th, Marissa Bartels in the 12. And 5th, Michael Jarvis in the 45. All right, here he comes. Picking up his checkered flag. J. Michael Kelly. Marissa's working hard to hold off Michael over there. Jeff Renard in the 18. All right, there goes Jay. Michael Jarvis, excuse me. Started to say Jay. Katie Brown, your 3rd place finisher. Mike Jarvis moved into 4th. He's going to hold it off. There we go. Mike Jarvis in the 45 in 4th. Marissa Bartels in 5th, and the Sour Lemon, the 12. There he comes around on his cool-down lap. Going way too fast and way too close to try and shut it down before J. Michael Kelly. Your winner in the 41. Part of that strong racing contingent, as is Jim Seckler. His 18 boat with Jeff Renard on board. Jeff stepping back into U12 this year, and as I understand, going to have a full-time ride there next year, which will be fun to watch. That'll really up the game of the Unlimiteds. I know they've got a bunch of work they want to do to try and move up a little bit as far as speed and results. I know J. Michael is now without a crew chief, same with Corey, and I understand that their plan is to go to California in their current configuration. They are making some changes, a little bit of change to the boat. Going to go down with no expectations other than to have some fun and learn. Going to go back and do learn some things. I think they're going to step back a little bit to some of the previous setups that they've run in the past and looking to change a couple things. Maybe pick back up some speed they felt that they lost. So it'd be fun to watch that. We know Corey's fast. Both of Bruce Ratchford's boats are very fast, so look forward to that down there. Hoping that we're able to start pulling some more boats back out on the course. I know there's a bunch of them out there. Unfortunately, they're not all running, and it's for the most place it's monetary. They need sponsors. It's kind of a catch-22. You need boats to attract sponsors, but you need sponsors to be able to get the boats out. So it's always the way it is. And I got a good friend of mine just showed up here, and I don't know. We're gonna try see what we got to do. I got a mic here for some reason is just not cooperating. I'm gonna set the mic down for a minute. We'll have a countdown for you shortly. I'm gonna check this other microphone. Okay, well, come on up here, young man. That's just for you. That's your throne. No, please, go ahead. Take it. Well, you told me this was coming, and we don't have inboards out there. We got outboards, and I think we can talk over them. I wish I had that other mic going because you and I could have a lot of fun here just kibitzing because we've been around this for longer than both of us probably want to admit. Sean Warren, Big Dog, as many of you know. Why don't you go ahead and, hey, look, first off, congratulations. You guys came back. You went to the Summer Nationals. You did well. I mean, you kicked butt. You came here. You've looked great today, this weekend. But there's other things in store, so please share with us what's going on, my friend.
So this will be our family's last race. It's been a long ride, and we can't thank everybody else. Thank everybody so much for all the love and kindness. This really is a family. We've been in it, my family, since 1964. I was born in 65. But we're having a great time, and we've enjoyed every minute of it. Some good, some bad, some losses along the way. But we're glad we're here, and we're having fun. And it shows that 3 old guys can do it too.
Sean, we love you guys. If you hear the emotion, it's honest, it's real. He loves this sport. He's given a lot. He's lost a lot in this sport. Anybody that's around a long time is going to experience that. We're going to miss you from being here, but I pray to God that you're out once in a while, if nothing other than to jab us in the backside and say you got to do better or encourage us to do better. Tell us when we're failing, too, because we do fail. You know that. You've been there. You've had it. But as a club, as an organization for ABPA, we need folks like you that know what needs to be done and keep us on our toes to do that. We love you. We appreciate everything you've done. We're going to miss having you here because we've had a lot of fun over the years. You've done a lot of great things, and we will never be able to say thank you enough to you and your family and your crew.
Thank you very much. Just selling the boat doesn't mean we're never going to show up again. This is in our blood. My shop will be lonely. My cousin and I are going to find something to do. I'm assuming it'll be wood. But there's some traveling involved. There's some fishing involved. And, I still have this thing called work. And I don't... I just, I love this so much. And You know, I have a great, strong family, and yeah, we're gonna miss it. Thank you.
Well, I hate to tell you this, my friend, but when that shop gets empty and I find out, I know where there's a boat that might just show up there, and you might get told, play. And I hope you'll do it if I can.
Oh, I'd love it. There's one boat in this family, and you know, but we're gonna have some fun. I promise.
Well, like I said, it's not going to cost me much to get that boat, but I will probably send it down there and let you have some fun. I think you would enjoy it, and it kind of brings some stuff together at that point as well. So I wish you the best, both you and your wife, and all the rest of the crew.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Stay safe, everybody.
Sean Warren, one of my favorite people. Love you, buddy. Thank you. Hey, give him a big hug. He can use it. Those are hard. Those are really hard. Darn it, Sean, now I'm going to do it. Those are emotional. But I wanted Sean to share it with you. Doesn't need me telling you about it. They've made a tough decision. You know, lots of things play into those. We appreciate everything they have done for many, many years. And if I can put that deal together, there will be another boat in his shop. I don't think it will be a stretch at all. So I'm going to try and get that done. Jay Hydro out here, and I apologize for kind of letting that go to an extent. But with this being primarily an inboard family here this weekend, it's not that Outboard's not part of our family. That was so important when Sean came up here. I know it's not the easiest for him to walk up here. It's a heck of a long ways. I wanted him to be able to share that with you. And he did that. So we got the start of our final lap here for our J Hydros. And I do apologize. We've got 2 heats of this. We have Cracker Box and Large Vintage yet to do for the first go-round today. We've got lunch coming, lunch break coming, and it's just over 15 minutes away. So we'll probably get one more heat in before we take that break. We will have that break, which they will try and keep as short as absolutely possible, humanly possible. And we'll come back out, and if we have not finished our first flight, we will get on to our second flight for the day. And then we will tear down, bid you all a good weekend and a great return to the work week next week. Get everything torn down, have their awards, and then many of us will hit the road and head back to our homes, as I will this afternoon, back across the pass. Always fun to be here. Fun to have the young folks here as well with these J Hydros. I just wish my eyes were a little better. Well, I can see that. That's Ryder Burks in the 122. That is Colby Ryan. They're good enough for that. All right, that is your first and second. I can't make out. I think that might be Asher. And I'm pretty sure that that is one of the Cassidys, and I will know more in a minute. I think what I just heard was Crackers are going to run, and then we'll take our break, and then probably after lunch we will do second heat of J Hydro and large vintage, and at that point start the second part of our day. A thank you to everybody that's helping out our on the water crew. That is the 122. That is the 25 coming back. That is Ryder Burks. See if I can pick out the rest of these quickly as we go. Looks like the 119 and the 117. So two of the Cassidys. And the boat that was down in turn one is fired. Not on plane yet, just about. Trying their darndest to get that thing over. That is a very strange sensation. Remember in the old tunnel boats, the old Packer type boats, which I had, one of which I had, when you come out of the pits and you hit the throttle, it sends the nose to the air, really to the sky, and all of a sudden it just rocks over. Boy, it literally thuds down when it does, but then it's like it's shot out of a cannon, just a rocket ship going. Just not able to rock this and get over in that little bubble of air. I can't see from here whether the driver is way up forward. They're high in the boat, so I'm sure that's probably what they're doing. They just can't get it to rock over. Everybody pull for him. You can do it. You can do it. $115. That's Crew Cassidy in the 115. Well, he got it back. Thank you. Good job on that. That is frustrating, too. That or the tow of shame when you have to be towed in. Especially if you screw up. That's really bad. All right, here comes your 4-minute, 4-cracker box.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 4-minute gun.
There you go, 4-minute. Green flag on the course, 4-cracker box. Not sure what happened, but the radio is coming in a lot better again. Todd Craven in the 320. P96, California girls, Mark Curtis. P41, Quacker, Russell Mead. Wilding, really jumping and flopping and hopping and showing the bottom side of her bench. Well, Russell's going to go out there and show him the way around. Talking to him last night, and they've got to find another prop. They got a prop that is not designed to work on that type of boat. But it's what they've got right now, so they've got wheels to find, propellers, and they will improve. And that is about a 350 cubic inch engine in those. Very, very built, although we wonder why sometimes. They might be better off with a little bit smaller engine. Wouldn't be near the show if that was the case. Mark Curtis, your Western Divisionals champion yesterday. had Mark. You saw Mark earlier in the sports C boat, the 845. Normally they both will have, if they're running just Sport C, they'll both have a boat there, 545 and the 845. But great to have them up here from Astoria, Oregon. Mark Curtis out of Tacoma, Washington, and the P96 California girls. Very successful. Run Cracker Box off and on for many years. If I remember right, what I've heard, his dad was also into cracker boxes back in the day, so all part of the family. Everybody going to make the turn and cut the course. All right. Well, it's that gamemanship. You see Russell go low wide. Mark Curtis just cut through the lake, moved into the middle of the pack there. Todd Cregan on lane 1. Down to 35 seconds. They can make a pretty darn good run now. Man, that's what Russell's doing. They probably will still be late for the clock. Todd Cregan, Russell Meade, 96, the 20, and the 41. See a little bit of haze in the sky right now. I know we got smoke from some fires. You hear Mark picking up. One of the fun things was yesterday, the show they put on. Russell is not competitive at this point. I think Todd probably is, but not necessarily interested in chasing the crown. They put on a wheel of the show, and that's exactly what they're doing now. Well, if you're watching, you see Todd squirt ahead out through the turn and up the chute, and then all of a sudden Mark puts his foot in there, catches back up. Watch as they come down the chute there. Todd Cregan has got the 20 glued to the water. It doesn't hardly bounce at all. It's not as fast that way, but it's a little bit safer. Not likely to bounce and get out of control. Got a little more on the back chute, but still very stable. And Mark Curtis runs it a little bit looser. Going to be a little faster that way too.
got a real feel for that thing. He has a sense about it. He knows what he needs to do to be right there at the finish line. We'll see whether it's close or whether he tries to stretch it out a little bit here, coming down to the end of this. Well, you just heard him pick it up again. By boat length. Tom Cregan second. Russell Meade third. Don't you just love the sound? It is wonderful. And now we're going to race back to the pits. Well, I want to double check. We are at 12:56, so I would guess that we are going to take our break right now. All right, we are coming up on 1 o'clock. It is 12:57 by my... Coming up on 12:57, 12:58. We are going to take our break, so the Jays will not run now. They will run right after the break, and then follow that with large finish to finish, and then we will start our second flight of the day, E350 2.5 stock Sport C, 2.5 mod, 1.5 T, SE, vintage small, 1 liter cracker box, and vintage large to finish out the day. So we will be back shortly. Enjoy the break, get a bite to eat, get some more hydration. Try and stay safe today and this weekend, and enjoy. I can hear you. What was the name again? Brody Wyant. Brody Wyant, please come to the tower. Brody Wyant, please come to the tower.
we should have J Hydros in the water. Large vintage. Looks like E350 would be next after that, and then 2.5 stock. Unless that has changed, and I am not aware of that. And we should be back any minute now. Our on the water crew should be headed back out. Within the next 5 minutes, I would think we will be about ready for some countdown, some more action. Get on with our afternoon and put the show to bed as early as possible. Get it done. We all know afternoons, the wind does tend to do things over here when it happens. And if we can stay ahead of that, don't know that we're going to have wind. I don't know if it's even forecast at this point, but don't want to chance it any more than we need to. So let's get them going. J Hydro in the water, vintage large in the water, and then my list shows E350, 2.5 stock, Sport C, 2.5 mod, T-boats, SE, vintage small, 1 liter cracker box, and vintage large to finish the day. I'll be back shortly. Well, we're real close. We got the bulk of our patrol is back on site. Got some more to get out, but we're getting there. The Jays are just about ready. We had a miscommunication, obviously. A couple of our Jays thought it was an hour, and it's not. It's a half an hour break, so they had to race back, and they're getting everything ready to go. As soon as our patrol is in position and we have our Jays ready, we will run Jays. My program says then we're going to Vintage Large, and then on with the second half of the day.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 3-minute gun. J, stop hydro.
And you can hear them coming. 119R. I think that's Aussie. It is Kai. 122R. And I don't have 122R on here. I'm guessing that might be Colby. 115R, 117R, and a 25R. And I know that is Ryder Burks. 115 is Crew Cassidy. 117 is Ozzy Cassidy. Somewhere out there should be 42R Asher Kelly. I know he was ready to go, but I did not see him because these guys they get a little more of your attention because they're so close and noisy. And that's okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Should be 119, Kai Cassidy. 117, Ozzy Cassidy. 122, Colby Wyatt. 42R, Asher Kelly. 25R, Ryder Brooks. And 115R, Crew Cassidy. And my apologies if I've got that screwed up. Wouldn't be a surprise. I had a lot of kids. I'll hand it to them. Some of them thought they had an hour, but they got back, got it done. They're on the water in a timely fashion from when they were called. Down to 16, 15 seconds. Should be a good start. It's close, but it should be good. Looks like Ryder Burks was on the inside there. You see that last boat hit the rough water there and throw up a bunch of wake off the right of it as it hit. And that's what you're seeing down in the far turn down there. As soon as they get on the straightaway, they just cleaned right up, and there's really no rooster tail or wake. Three together, then two a little bit farther back, and then our final one quite a ways back. All right, while I'm thinking about it, I have a set of keys here. It's a newer model car, not super, super new, probably early 2000s, maybe late 1900s, 1990s. Probably a GM product. In fact, I'm sure it's a GM product. At least that's what it appears to be. But it has a very distinctive thing on the key ring, so actually the key ring is very distinctive. So if it's yours, come and see me. You can identify it. I would be more than glad to give you your keys for the car or truck, and I'm guessing it might be a truck. But we've searched the parking lot out here, and none of the cars seem to make any noise when we hit the emergency on there. All right, the front two runners have gotten away from the field, and we've got two together, and then another two. So call it as they come around this next time. Thank you to our volunteers this weekend. Thank you, Paula and Steve, for putting together a whale of a lunch. I was able to get the sandwich down. I haven't gotten any farther than that yet, but definitely appreciated. Paula always outdoes herself when she puts menus together and fixes all of that. It was a great sub sandwich. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we hope that Paula gets some healing on her burns. She got a couple of pretty good burns canning salsa few days, about a week and a half ago, I guess now, a week ago. Looks like Ryder Burks, and I cannot tell that. Second place, that is Asher in third. And then I start losing numbers after that. What would be nice if we didn't have docks here and they were tight to the shore. It'd be fun to move this course in like they do up at Valleyfield, where they run right below you, from the grandstands. Up close and personal. Get good and wet if the spray gets high enough and the wind's going in the right direction. That is a wild and woolly place to go race. In hopes that one of these days we'll get an invite with the vintage boat to go back there. They've got a couple that we've thought about doing that would be excellent. Ryder Burke out front and Colby Wyatt in second. Got the 25 and the R122R is second. That looks like Asher Kelly right there. And that's got to be one of the Cassidys, because the next two are both Cassidys. All right, Asher peels off. Asher's a pretty easy one to figure out. He's the only one coming out of that other pit. And that will complete that part of our schedule. All right, next up will be Vintage Large. Colby Wyatt coming back. There's Ryder Burks. See if we can call out the rest of these folks as they come back. I think that is the 119, which would be Kai. That is Kai. 117 is Ozzy. That means 115 is Crew. All right, we have a momentary hold up here. We've had a buoy come loose. Either that or drug. I'm not sure. Probably drug. Current may have grabbed it. There might be a bunch of milfoil or something on that, but it's moved down, so we've got to set that because the referees and the camera will not work with it in the wrong place. So they will take care of that, and we will move on. And how we doing? Sure. Sure. We do miss you. Yes, we do. I don't have the golden mic. Thank you. That's my. All right. Oh, you're very welcome. Christabel's coming around, getting pictures. If you haven't been approached yet, please. They are doing a get well for Chris and for Chris Denslow. They got a pizza box with a nice sign on it, and I know that will help his spirits, just like Bryce Todd. We've got cards that we've signed for both of them. We know Wes Friedel is doing a lot better today than he was Friday night. There's a lot of stuff going on. So keep people in your thoughts and prayers. And remember, when we leave here, the racing gets done out here. It doesn't get done on the highway. If you're a half an hour late getting home, then later than what you thought? Be a half an hour later than what you thought. We want you back. We appreciate not only all of our racers and our family, but those of you that are here that are supporting us, coming to watch this. Please take care on the roads. It's really important. And there's a lot of drivers out there that probably shouldn't be. And I'm not even talking about impaired. I'm just talking about not very good or very disregarding of laws and safety. So please keep yourself safe. It's been a great weekend. And even though we've had some adversity with one of our members here and some that aren't here, it's going well. It is a great weekend. The weather has cooperated. It's beautiful. We haven't had that one thing that we always dread over here. We didn't have smoke either to speak of. There's a little bit of haze, but not enough to get excited about. This is a blessing. Pateros, thank you for all that you've done. I don't have the number in front of me right now, but I know that it's been years. Tim Hamilton told me he's been coming like 30 years. That's a heck of a long time, Let's, while we got a minute, waiting for them to pick the buoy, and that's not an easy chore either because these have river anchors. Thanks to our sponsors, and I was hoping to talk with them this weekend, but I have not been able to. Daryl, Strong Racing, Daryl and Vanessa, thank them for everything they do, for not only for inboards, for this club, for this race. They are the prime sponsor, but for all of racing and for the inboards. Daryl was the one that brought all the T-boats out here. That's why we have them. He brought 4 of them to the Northwest and then distributed them to people. And proviso is you run it. When you're done running, your child moves on or decides not to run anymore, that boat goes to another family, and on and on. 4 boats. That's a huge start for racing, and those are entry-level starting places for the children at 14. So a huge shout-out to them. Brewster Marketplace, Eisenhart Excavating here in town, Fast Signs, Federal Way. Cody's Noon Saloon. Now, those of us that are part of the event can't be there today. Doesn't mean you can't be. They got great food. They've got beverages. A lot of them are adult. Please enjoy yourself. Just be responsible. Lake Pateros Motor Inn. Always nice to come over here. The lady at the front desk even remembered me from a year ago. I was a little concerned, but she said, "No, you're the guy with the microphone." And I went, okay, well, she's not upset with me then. But they treat us very well. Brewster Motor Vehicle and Boat Licensing, Chris Kenner Race Products, specialties, I should say. Big part of boat racing. AxleNet Racing, that's the Wyant family. Been huge supporters of us, helped with a bunch of stuff, Going to be Sunday afternoon. KB Marine, PNBRA, the conducting club and sponsor of this event. Thank you to all of our volunteers, and there is a ton of them. You know, it's not just the people you see out there on the race course running. It's those folks out there in the boats taking care of them. Now moving the buoys so that we got our start-finish line set up right again. To the pit boss, the crane operator, Paula and Steve Andrew doing food. To the score, Kelsey Egan, to her crew. I think Kristen's over there now. We've had a number of people help this weekend, and our chief referee Jim Codling, our assistant referee Jazz Dodge, our pit bosses, everybody. David Dodge, our region equipment person. Is it going to hold? Watching the buoy right now, and it looks like it's still moving. Please stop, please stop. I'm watching the buoy in the far bank to see whether it's caught. It looks like it has caught. Here's your countdown. Vintage large. Don't know what we got this time. We'll find out. All right, E350s are up next, and I hear they are in their boats and ready to go, so we'll run this and find out what's... I unfortunately wasn't able to go down and check at lunch as to what was going on. Obviously, Jimmy Labrie has not come back out, and it looks like we have... Looks like probably Sean Kelson out there. I'll tell you here in just a minute where we got out here, but looks like we've moved some boats around, so we'll still have two heats, but this will be the larger of the boats, and then it looks like the conventionals will probably be running in the other. All right, on the outside, looks like Sean Kelson. Yep. That is your chairman of Vintage and Historic, driving the Shady Lady for Stephanie Aird. In the middle, Josh Hayes and JB and Water. Inside, I think that's Brian driving. Just a tad. More. Well, to be real honest, it's not... Sheldon's going to have to really hold it back if he's going to stay with them, or them with him, because they don't have the speed to run it that Sean can, and comfortably run. It's not that he's trying to race. Comfortably run. It's important. And that's the thing with Vintage. We're out here to exhibit what was done in a somewhat safe manner, as well as we can at a reduced speed, to show you what it looked like back in the day. And all of these boats ran in the 80s, some earlier than that, but these for sure ran in the 80s. Okay, we got a minute and 15 to the start. And I think if I was them, I'd kick it up and get around and be ready to go. Hey, Jim, you're all wet. Probably feels good, though. All right, we're down to 16 seconds. They're a little bit behind, but not bad. One of the things we try and do is make decent starts. Don't want to all be looked at as being a bunch of old folks that don't know how to do it anymore. And all of these guys are considerably younger than me. All right. Nice ride out of these two Kelsons. And actually they're doing just what they're supposed to. We just need the boat on the inside to be a little bit faster, and I think we've got a rookie in there. I'm not sure at this point. The boat will go a whole lot faster. You see Josh Hayes stick out in front of Sean, then Sean pokes back up there. Very, very easy for Sean to do that. There's probably at least a 200 horse or maybe 250 horse difference in the engines, so that is a very easy drive. All right. CU1. The John Stodiker hull. Just a tad more. Beautiful restoration. 2.5 stocks to the water. Mods need to be going to the water. We got everybody. Look at your schedule. Let's be ready to go. We'll get the program in. All right. Next time around, when Sean and Josh come in, we'll get their white flag. We'll get the 280 down and through this. That boat is about just over 17 feet long. Very, very light. John Stodiker built them that way. JB and Water is in the 17 to 18 foot range, and the Shady Ladies are just a bit over 20 foot. And I would say of all of the boats, Shady Lady is definitely the most famous in the Northwest. JB and Water was back east, as well as the just a tad more. Tad Moore set a lot of high points over the years. Frank Richardson driving a good part of that time. Tom Morgan also driving the boat later on with a different name, but extremely fine boats. So you got a Stodiker in front, a Kelson and a Kelson. Well, I have to give the chairman a bad time for that one. He had to squirt it so he could be just ahead at the finish. All right, Josh made a decision to go on around the course with our third boat. And Josh is going to cut the course now and come in. And it looks like our third place boat is going to do the same thing, watching what the flag says. And legally he could have gone around and completed that lap and then gone to the pits, but by doing this, it expedites the whole affair, gets us where we want to be a little bit quicker. Here comes your countdown for the E350s.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 4-minute gun, E350.
All right, your final heat of E350 this weekend. Alex Manga first out. Jeff Bernard on his hip. Rochelle Hill right there. And here comes Chris Bertrand. So all four are back for this heat. Well, that's a nice sign. Good to see that Mike Jarvis is out there in the 62. Had issues yesterday and did not run. Didn't run earlier today, but obviously for whatever reason they've got things going now. Good to see. We watched the E3 all weekend and they've won every heat they've been in. Yesterday it was Kip Brown driving. Today it's Jeff Bernard. Same story both times. Chris Bertrand in the 57. The Cheetah. The E8. Alex Manga. The E46. Rochelle Hill. E62. That is Mike Jarvis. John and Sherry Bosserman, the owners. Down to 1:20 to the start. A lot of people going to cut the course now, come back around. Looks like Rochelle and Alex are going to continue up the back stretch. And they don't look like they're tight to the buoy, so now is Chris Bertram going to try and jump in front of Jeff? All right, after this we have 2.5 stock, Sport C, 2.5 mod, 1.5 T, SE, vintage small, 1 liter, cracker box, And I'm guessing that we will have vintage large then at the end. We'll see where they are on that. They may have changed that up. Here they come. It was close, but I'm pretty sure it's legal. Jeff Bernard out front. Alex Manga on his hip on the inside. Alex giving him a good run. Outside, Chris Bertram. Next is Rochelle Hill and Michael Jarvis in the 62. It's kind of rough when you get to getting that turn down there. Jeff Bernard with a nice run way out front. Got about a full buoy length right now. Lead. See Jeff on it hard, and he's letting it slide wide. He's not impeding anyone, so he can get away with that. Alex trying to move back in. Nice run from him. All right. Whoa, that was fun. Michael Jarvis is down in the water in the north turn. I don't know if you saw that, but Rochelle Hill made a run on Chris Bertram and caught him at the turn and then just took off. That was fun to watch. Jeff Bernard starting his fourth and final lap. Well, popping and farting a little bit there. I hope that's family friendly. All right. Here he comes around the north turn, heading for home. The winner of Heat 2, Mr. Jeff Bernard. E3 JJW Racing. Weymouth Family Racing, Strong Racing. Alex Manga in the 8. Rochelle Hill in the 46. What a beautiful run. Now we lost both Chris Bertram and Mike Jarvis up in the north turn, turn 2. Alex Manga coming across right now. Johnny Cartwright, how are you, bud? Good to see you. Hey, John, just so you know, I'm going to talk to Dave again on Monday or Tuesday. Thank you. John Courtwright has been instrumental in helping to maybe get some more PR from a radio station over here in Wenatchee. And I am going to talk with that gentleman, friend of John's, for, again, the first of the week, trying to promote indoor boat racing over here. Would love to do that. And he's an old boat racing fan. Actually, the guy that owns the station at one time announced races, and they sponsored a race boat, a couple of race boats back in the day. So that would be a nice plus to put in our corner, because we can use all the help we can get, no matter who, what, why, to get the word out there about what we do and talk about our family and all the rest of the things that this has evolved into. As you heard Sean Warren a little while ago talking about this being their last race with the 138. They came back for 2 races. Did Black Lake, they did here. The boat is now going to be, from the sounds of it, put up for sale. It is retired after today, so we'll get to see that one more time this afternoon. And I'm hoping that Travis is able to go out there and really put on a good show, go out on top with the best performance that they can for Sean and his entire family and the crew. Like Sean said, it's not a bad effort for 3 old guys. Well, Sean, I know where you are, and I appreciate what you do because there's a bunch of other old guys around here that are doing very similar things, mostly with vintage, but because we love the sport and we love the people and we love the history. That's the entire reason that the Friends of Ombre, the Friends of Fred Leland, the Ombre team, are together. We were all expats of Fred Leland and what he did. All right, sounds like as soon as we get the patrol boat that's out there at the start-finish line right now, which Dawn is running, we will be able to go ahead and start our outboard, which would include Sport C. So it sounds like they will go ahead and run, which means our 350 will then jump back 1 spot. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. Hey, give these guys a round of applause, folks. If you can hear me, give them a round of applause. Mike Jarvis, Chris Bertram, thank you, buddies. Great competitors. Glad to have you here. This is not... Chris Bertram, you can take your helmet off. Thank you. It's way too warm for that. Good job, bud. All right, just waiting to get them cleared, and if what I overheard is correct, then we will have a countdown and we will run Sport C. Put on a whale of a show. Want to thank them for all that they did. And if you enjoyed that, remember, I think it's September 6 and 7. Let me look at my notes. 6th and 7th of September, we will be just up the river 6 miles in Brewster, beautiful downtown Brewster. At the park up there, we got 2 days of inboard racing. Sport C should be there, I think. I have not looked at that sanction, but that would be the norm. They normally are there. They're part of our program up there. It'll be a good weekend. Always a really good weekend. I think the only one that wasn't real well, there's a couple that weren't great, but the worst one was the weekend we had a fire on Stevens Pass. And I needed to go back home that night on Sunday. I got a call Saturday morning from my son who was not over that weekend, and have you heard about the fire? No. Found out that I didn't have a lot of choices. It's either go down and go Blewett and go 90 and then back up towards Monroe, or go 20. Well, 20 is one whale of a long, windy road, but I chose that because I knew I'd be able to keep moving. And it was a 5-hour run for what's normally about a 3.5-hour drive. But got home, so glad for that. We will be getting a countdown here shortly. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Always fun to see a smile like that. That's good. That's good. That's what it's about. I don't have any little grandkids like that anymore. Next ones are going to be great grandkids. Always fun to see the kids with a smile, big smile. And if you got something to do with that smile, that's even better. So happy to do that. All right, I see Sport C sitting there waiting. Dawn's back out on the course. Not sure about quite where we are right now, but we'll know momentarily. Got our final boat going back in down there. I know as soon as they are legally able to, we have to have a minimum of boats on the course. They will send our next class. And that is the only holdup right now. Everybody's ready to go. I'm sure they're eager to go and get their heats in, enjoy the day, and get tear down at the end, get awards. And if they're headed back on the highway tonight, get that going. And also to go and sit down and have a cold beverage if you're staying overnight, which a lot of folks are, I know. I will be back in Woodinville tomorrow morning. I'll be back tonight, actually, but plenty of work to do. And, my son will be there probably first thing in the morning. And after this weekend, and then we're going to debrief and talk about where things are headed for us. So, got lots. .5 stock. Here comes your countdown.
4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 4-minute gun, 2.5 stocks. Fire and go.
All right. 4 minutes. Green flag on the course. Sport C is up next. Kyle Davenport. This is stock, so that should be Jay Deathridge in the Crazy Eights. The white boat should be Mr. Travis Ulsh, the 138, Fun and Good Times. The boat out front, the red boat. Yeah, I got to get to my page again. Bose goes Bantam. Kyle Davenport, Cashmere, Washington. Jay Deathridge, Crazy 8, Tacoma, Washington. Travis Ulsh, the 138, Fun and Good Times. Sean Warren and his family, the owner of that boat. Be the final heat for them. One of those bittersweet moments. Just under 2 minutes, down to about 1:45, coming up on a right now. 1:45 until our start. Expect to see him either cut the course or come around quickly. Kyle cuts. Travis is going to go around. And then the game really starts. Kyle blends right back in. Travis will come down outside of him. Well, looks like Jade's going to make a run from behind. Nope, going to back out of it, slow it down a little bit. Down to 40 seconds here right now. And Kyle, like he likes to do, he learned how to do this playing with Jeff Bernard and J. Michael Kelly. They troll and they get that inside lane, and they've got their boat set up so they can pop it up and take off. Four, three, two, one, mark. Okay. Pretty close. They go in side by side. Kyle's got a little advantage. See if he can hold it through the turn. I know Travis would love to give Sean and the team a win right now. Don't know if he can do it, but he's going to try. Well, there you go. They're screaming. That is two very, very similar, very comparable boats right there. Kyle's got about 2 boat lengths in there, maybe 3. This is where you don't want to make a mistake, because if you do, you're going to lose. They are that evenly matched. Jay Deathridge in third doing a really nice job. They are screaming up the back chute. You can hear them whining. Boy, Travis could not get any closer to that rooster tail going into the turn. Okay, their final lap. Kyle Davenport leading them up the back chute, opening up the lead a little bit. Travis Olsch right there, though. Slightest hesitation or mistake, and it'll be a change of order real quick. Kyle's got it handled, coming off at turn 2, heading for home. And your winner, 2.5 stock, Kyle Davenport. Second place, Travis Olsch. Third place, Jay Deathridge in the 8. All right. Prudent move by everybody to go on around. Jade not having to worry about anybody behind her, so she can make that slow right-hand turn. Travis is going to cut the course now. And Hot Rod's out there taking a victory lap. Kyle will end his term as Commodore for PNBRA this fall. We will have a new Commodore voted in. All right, here's the countdown.
4-minute gun. For 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 4-minute gun. Green flags on the course.
All right, green flag on the course. 4 minutes, 4 laps. .5 T-boats after that. Vintage small, 1 liter cracker box, vintage large. All right. Mark Mead in the 845. Trying to get fired. I see our drone going out. I see the drones when they come down and when they take off next to me here, but I don't normally see them when they're up there. They're not very big. Every once in a while I catch them. All right. Obviously, we've got something going on, people not getting fired. And there goes Mark. And hopefully Gerald's gonna get fired here in a second. Gerald Benedict in the 697. You see Kayla Huff, not sure if Gerald saw her and want to make sure that she didn't get down there in a position she didn't want to be in or anything. Okay. Well, Mr. Mead is not having the best of luck right now. Dang. You call that frustration. Anybody that races knows what that's like, whether it's an OPC or an inboard or a kneeler. Sometimes they don't start or they don't run right, and they just won't get up and go. And there's nothing more frustrating than being really close and either screwing up or have something break just before you've won or done very well. All right, Kayla Huffin, a 991 out of Edmonds, Washington. This young lady is a veterinarian. Her dad, Will Huffin, the 560. Gerald Benedict in the 697. And unfortunately, it looks like Mark Mead is going to watch this one from the sidelines. Not sure what they got going on, but obviously it's not right. Down to 20 seconds. Kayla's inside. Will is out. Will's in about lane, for these boats, that could be like lane 6. They're not very wide, not very long, really light. Here they come. Get on it and hold it to the floor. Good start. See whether Kayla can hold that off again. I think she had the better of the props last time, and it showed. That's not a bad thing. All right, Kayla inside, Will outside. Question is Will got enough to get by? Now Will goes out quite a ways again. Kayla takes a short way around. I know well enough he's not going to give it to her. If she gets the win, she'll earn it. All right, I hear that our mods are ready to go. They are next on the docket. Then the 1.5 stock, the T-boats. Our SE, I think, is running next. At least I think that's what it was. We'll find out here in a minute. Mark Mead taking the scenic way, giving everybody a wave. Well, obviously it's working a little better than it was, but couldn't get it going in time, so they'll be back. That little Tohatsu 40 horse just didn't want to cooperate. Just trying to listen in on the radio, and it is really garbage right now as far as being garbled and hard to hear. Not sure what we got there, but up the back chute goes Kayla Huff. You see how high they get the nose of those boats. You have to drive it like that because there's just not enough power to drive it any other way. You have to basically float it. And that is reminiscent of what early tunnel boats were like back in the 60s. They ran, basically they called them not kicker boats, but packer boats. because you ran the nose a mile high, packed a whole bunch of air underneath it, and that's the only way they would go. They didn't have the propeller technology, lower unit technology, any of that at that point that we have now. They run far better today. And speaking of that, we had one of the 45s yesterday, Kevin Porter's boat, through a blade. And what was really surprising to him is he said, I never felt a vibration. It lost an entire blade. It just pitched it off the propeller. And that's not unusual. It does happen. But normally you get a lot of vibration, especially in inboards. And but he said no. He continued running it. Didn't know until he got on the beach. So interesting thing that happened. Always something that seems to happen something new that we haven't experienced before. All right, here comes Kayla Huff. All right, and your winner of Sunday's second heat, Sports Seat, Kayla Hupp in the 991, Edmonds, Washington. We'll have second place in the 560, Gary Hansen, the owner. Will out of Renton, Washington. Yeah, we got a buoy out of place down here in turn one. Unfortunately. All right, Gerald Benedict. Okay, don't stop there, buddy. Get that puppy to the dock. Get that puppy to the dock. All right, they're going to move a buoy, and it sounds like we'll have a solo run by Zach Christensen in the SC boat, getting him another heat for qualifying, and then on to 2.5 mod. beautiful afternoon here in Pateros. Just waiting for our buoy to get pulled back a little bit. Yeah, it makes that turn a little tight down there. Not a lot of room between the buoy and the outside course marker. And I understand the struggles with trying to get the anchors up because we're using river anchors. Well, it looks like all the jet skis in town are now out. Hopefully we can keep them away from the race course. Get them to go down the river, hopefully. All right, they've obviously got it off the bottom, got the anchor up at least, and we're going to move back about 40 feet towards the race course. And that'll put us about where we want to be, maybe out of alignment a little bit from where we started, but it'll be close enough to get the rest of the day in and get our program in. It's been a pleasure to be here this weekend and share with all of you. Just a reminder, we will be back in 2 weeks in Brewster, Washington, the 6th and 7th for our regatta up there. 2 weeks after that, we will be down in Moses Lake, Washington, with the Vintage Group, and we will do a vintage-only show down there. Right now, there's about 30 boats that are registered, and at last count, 3 of those were Vintage Unlimiteds. Notre Dame, Thriftway, and the Blue Chip. So that means if Blue Chip's there, that means Mark will probably be there with his brother Mitch. So we'll get to have him back. Hopefully the Country Girl is sorted out a little bit more on what they're doing by then. And we get a few of the others. We get the Copycat, trying to get it going in the right direction. With any luck, Pussycat will be ready to go. I'm hearing that Marion Bluegrass may not be there, but we're going to keep working on that. Be a great weekend just for vintage. And if you're a connoisseur of that, really enjoy those boats, please come and join us. The following week, we are back up in Manson, Washington for Hydrofest, the Manson Hydrofest. Be there all weekend, going to town on Friday. We have our registration, everything Friday night. I'm not sure if we will be at Wine Girls. I don't know yet. Have not heard from organizers on that. But one way or the other, we will be there all weekend. Put on a great show there in the Bay. And it is a fun show. It is very intimate there in that small, confined area. Even though the lake's pretty good size out there, we don't run out in the lake. the real drop-off for the lake is out beyond where we run. And so well, looks like we got our buoy back into a position where watch that real close. I'm trying to pick a spot on the far bank just to see how it holds. It's one of the things we did at drivers meeting this morning. We assigned duties for teardown tonight, and one of the duties is we got to have some of the young guys go out and pull the anchors. We got the junior participants are going to be bringing the anchors up from and the buoys up from the dock, but we need some little bit older, a whole lot stronger young men to do that. Most of the ladies don't quite fit the bill as far as being a bodybuilder. They can pull that kind of weight, and so we've enlisted some of our younger members, so strong young men, to go out and do that. I think we got 2 or 3 of them to do that with our dive teams and get that done. Well, if the referees are happy, then we're going to have a countdown momentarily for our SE. Got, one boat going up the side to clear yet? It looks like, can't tell if it's a boat or it's a jet ski. I think it's a jet ski. All right. All right. All right, Zach Christensen will be out at any moment. Great young man there, Zach Christensen. Randy Christensen's son, our Racers for Christ chaplain. He's also the region's assistant rep for Vintage and Historic, working with my son Aaron. And he also owns one of these boats, and we will see him out with that next year, probably running both competition and vintage with it if possible. He's in the process of getting qualified to be an inboard driver right now. He's already qualified in vintage. Vintage, you need to run 4 heats under supervision and do what you're told. Inboard is more than that, and then you get your card signed by the referee. So he's working on that right now. Not only is he an ambitious young man, he's a good young man. And I know he's got a couple of business opportunities going on right now, things he's trying to get going. Hopefully that pans out completely for him, because I can't think of a more deserving individual. I know Dad and Mom have got to be very proud. So down to 54 seconds. And what he is doing in what he's doing out there, and he's only going to run 3 laps instead of 4, 3-minute warm-up. It's just to move the show along. But he's showing that he can make starts. He can do what he's supposed to. They don't want him to come down here super early, super late. They want to have him close to 0 when he hits the start line, and then run his laps. and do that without making any mistakes that are, visible mistakes. So, all right, he's going to make a turn here very quickly and head for the start-finish line. All right. He didn't jump it. He was right there. That never counts against you. Zach Christensen. And I'm pretty sure they call that just bananas, which goes along with monkey business. And if you follow that train of thought, then you know something. Not sure what. All right, starting his third lap. Nice smooth run. That's what they want to see out of the boats. Make a good start, can run consistently, then follow the flags. And these boats, along with the vintage and a lot of the outboard classes, do not run radios. Zach Christensen completing his run, getting one more heat under his belt, trying to get to that point where he gets his license. And again, the nice thing there is the boat's under its own power, and it's going back to the pits. As soon as he's clear, we should have 2.5 mod. All right, 4 minute gun or countdown starting momentarily.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 4 minute gun, 2.5 mods.
All right, green flag on the course. 4 minutes. Well, that is a crazy 8. You can tell with the sound of that. That little Ecotech versus the Ford 2300 or the Honda. And we should have the Honda out here this time too. And there is the Honda. you can truly hear the difference in the two engines. The one coming down the front chute right now, that's the Honda. That motor was just legalized earlier this year for 2.5 stock. And the other is an Ecotec. And that Ecotec is basically, most of the time, Les has been running, same with Conrad, when he started, they would take junkyard engines and use them. And worked with the original, I think it's ECU, the control. It did not work. There was all kinds of, you have wheel speed indicators, a bunch of other stuff that are in cars that you have to get rid of. And finally they went to a aftermarket setup, electronic setup ignition, and the boat started running real well. I mean, they got it going, but it was a lot of work, and then they finally switched over, and that took care of most of the problems. And we found the same thing with the LS. I know they were, early on they tried LS with the stock computer and had the same kind of issues. Like Steve Andrew, when he did the 6-liter for the Ombre, we went with an aftermarket, and it came out and it ran good right out of the box. We had a few little things, but most of it wasn't engine. It was little things we had to do with the boat, a couple of steering issues and things like that. All right. Well, that's a good sign. And I'm not looking for one or the other to win. I'm just glad to see that Justin is running better. The boat's had a really steep learning curve as far as that engine and trying to get it all worked out. HRL has a package that they're running in the 2.5 stocks. And it is dynamite. It really goes. It just cleans up on the Fords. But and there goes Les Deathridge around on the outside. He got that little thing wound up. There goes. All right, Justin's got some speed. Like I say, this is fun. These are not. I have to be careful how I say it. These have not been the mainstream engines. It's been the Ford, the 2300. But to see these two engines, which are now and what you see there is Les seemed to have a little more top end that time, and he's able to carry it through the turn where Justin does not have the low end. I'm a little surprised at that because that boat should just scream, and it will eventually. It'll get even faster. And when it goes back and runs 2.5 stock, it'll be a handful. And I think that's what they'll probably do next year. We haven't talked about it yet, but I wouldn't be surprised. Well, all that I said positive, and then Les just checked out. The boat is running very well. They both are. Both great boats. Got a Jones here in the Crazy Eights. And the other boat is a Henderson. All right, checkered flag. All right, Justin able to woe it up in time. Going to head, make the right turn and head to the pits. I think Les just wanted to go fast, so he's out there running. I know they had a lot of issues earlier this year. They couldn't get the engines to run at all, and I think they missed one or two events because of that. Those are always tough when you want to be out there and play. All right. Here's 4-minute countdown.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 4-minute gun.
All right, 4 minutes. Green flag on the course. .5 stock T-boat. See who all we got. Looks like Haley Scarborough out front. I can't tell if that's Carson or Cannon. And Brady Brackett on the outside. Well, we're just crossing them off our list here as we go through the day. We're getting down to less and less all the time. 5 more heats to go after this. Well, whatever. That fourth boat is just not quite there. Hopefully they can get it out of the way. Really looks like it's listing to the left the way it's running. It might be an optical illusion. We're down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. And that looks like it might be Carson. That it is. Young Mr. Kelly. He is just running the Tweedle out of that, trying to get it back, get it out of the way. That is Cannon Cushing right there. Just under a minute. And it looks like Brady Brackett wants lane 1, and I think he's going to do a park and start on us unless he changes his mind real quick. No, getting a little bit late in the game to do that now. Down to 30 seconds. head start, it looks like. Brady Brackett leading the way. Haley Scarborough in second, inside. Got to make sure that she doesn't have the door closed on her. He left her room. They had to make a real hard turn there to keep it in lane. Well, she's got her work cut out now. All right, Brady Brackett in the 33. Haley Scarborough in the T3. Cannon Cushing in the 3-3-3. Seems to be a popular number. It's like we say on the radio when we go to Cozy Radio when you come to the races. You get to come and watch for free. Brady Brackett. Haley Scarborough. Cannon Cushing. WFO Motorsports. Brady is Spartan post frame. And it's JJW on the Jeff Bernard owned JJW Racing 3. Justin Weymouth and family, Weymouth Family Racing, and Strong Racing. Brady is getting a whole lot more out of that boat than he was. Great run again. I'm not sure if Haley's content to sit there or if she just doesn't have any more. Cannon Cushing in third place. Saw pictures, footage of him running his Legend car over at State Line. Got third in the main event on Sunday over there 2 weeks ago, a week ago. Fun to watch that. Didn't see enough footage, but what I did see I enjoyed. All right, Brady Brackett coming down to get the white flag. One more to go for him. All right. Cannon coming around in the WFO Motorsports entry. 333. And your winner, Brady Brackett, Tri-Cities, Washington. Haley Scarborough, second place. Duval, Washington, the T3. And third place, fittingly, 333. Cannon Cushing, Tri-Cities, Washington. All right, again, while I got a minute, do this. Again, to Daryl and Vanessa Strong Racing and all their involvement with us. Their sponsorship for this race, they are the prime sponsor. Thank you to Daryl and Vanessa for that. Strong Racing. Can't do this without you. Brewster Marketplace. Eisenhart Excavating here in Pateros. Fast Signs out of Federal Way, Washington. Been a big contributor. Cody's Noon Saloon here in town. Go have an adult beverage, something to eat. Great place. They'd love to take care of you. I see we have a patrol boat coming down. I don't know if we've got something going on. Not sure quite what we're doing there. Lake Pateros Motor Inn, our lodging here in town. They do a great job and good place to stay. They have a fair price, nice and clean, and that's always important. Brewster Vehicle and Boat Licensing Agency, Chris Kenner Racing, AxelNet Racing, that is the Wyatt family. Thank you to all that they have done, and it is immense. KV Marine, Mr. Brown, and PNBRA out of Seattle, Washington, the conducting club this weekend. PNBRA is the big club here in Region 10 for APBA boat racing, inboard boat racing, vintage, and we also have Northwest Powerboat out of Tri-Cities, and they do a couple of events a year. And they have one coming up next month, which is a vintage only, down in Moses Lake on the 20th and 21st. But remember, 2 weeks from now, we will be in Brewster, Washington. All right, finish small, and we have a real treat at the end of this. Hope you will enjoy that when that happens, when everybody comes off the water. But again, a huge thank you to our sponsors.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
All right, 3 minutes. All right, the green boat. That is a Don Kelson hole. What was a 145 now would be called a 2.5 stock. That is Ron Magnuson. That is the Gangrene, the S20. Second boat on the back chute is the E1. That is an Ed Carrollson 280 class hull, also known affectionately as the Bent Bullet. And the third boat, Mr. Randy Christensen. That is a Suey hull, and it is called the Water Scamp, the E26. All right, Ron Magnuson, Randy Christensen, and our good buddy Bernie Snyder, a.k.a. Jeff. Down to a minute. All right, after this we have crackers and vintage large. Or at least that's what my schedule says. Subject to something. All right, they're down to less than 10 seconds. You can hear Randy Christensen get on it. When you hit that entrance spin down there in a conventional, that's when you go, boy, I hope this thing hooks up. If you look at these boats versus what the newer boats are like, even the Gangrene, which is the newest of the boats, don't have anywhere near the size of skid pin that the new boats run. If you went and looked at an unlimited, you'd probably see, what's with you, David? No, that was 1.5. That's probably my schedule, the way it's written. Probably operator error. We're getting down. It's close now. Dave Lemon up here with me. Always a huge part of what we do here. Bringing all kinds of boats and causing all kinds of trouble. Turns Lauren loose, and Lauren goes and keeps an eye on everybody. He's pretty good at that. I think he probably knows more than most of us as far as what's going on around here. Got Dad here as well. Randy's here this weekend, I saw. So, all right, here they come again. Ron Magnuson inside, taking a short way around. I don't know. Jeff keeps waving, and I think somebody wants to see him, but I'm not sure. I don't want a picture of him. I got one already. Up the back chute. On the outside, it's a Carlson bent bullet. The Calypso 2. Inside, Ron Magnuson in that Don Kelson designed and built Gangrene. All right, Randy Christensen. At least that looked to be Randy. With an issue coming to the infield. No, we didn't need that. All right. All right, one lap to go. Both of these boats turn better than the one sitting out there, and it's not because it's just sitting out there. They both have wider transom. When Ed Carlson built the bent bullets, he was trying to get the conventionals to turn like the cabovers. And he was somewhat successful. The problem with these boats is, even though they turned quite well, when you got to the turn, normally it was going into the turn. The boats had a tendency to lift the right sponson. Well, I see Jeff back to the dock, and I thought he was going to make a stop out on the course. Maybe he had to come back. All right, Ron Magnuson making his way back. you for your help with the flags today. Much appreciated. All right. That happens sometimes on Sunday. We struggle for our volunteers, and we thank you all for by default. Some people get jobs, like it or not. And we thank everybody for stepping up to do that. Hopefully Paula and Steve Andrews are on their way back to Moxie. They needed to go get a prescription for Paula. She's got an antibiotic she's got to take. She had a real bad burn on her forearm and also on her foot. And ended up taking my car yesterday afternoon after we got served lunch and going up to Brewster to the hospital, up to the emergency room, and getting checked out, cleaned up on her foot, because that was really the problem. Although the burn on her arm looked much worse, it's actually healing better, but the other one was a little bit infected, and so they took care of that, got her some antibiotics, and have a prescription she's got to go get now to finish and get over that, and already looked better last night and again this morning, so she is on the mend. And everybody else that were part of our family, Bryce Todd, Chris Denslow, all dealing with some health issues. Wes Friedel as well. Brad Sanchez at home with his significant other, and she is dealing with some stuff right now. You know, lots of people in those positions, so keep them in your prayers and thoughts. They can only help. We all need that. So Reverend Christensen out there getting ready to hold service on the deck of the water scamp. If you weren't there this morning, he had a great message, and not a sermon. That is not what Randy does, as he and I are both involved in ministry in different aspects, and I've actually filled in for him in the past with some of the events that we've done. In fact, I think I did it here a couple times, but in fact, that's how we met, was after an incident at Black Lake many years ago. I was there, and I wasn't a chaplain. I just stepped forward as someone who believed and was kind of trying to help people, and then he came and found me, and we've been good friends ever since, and both have a respect for one another, and also for the Word. So it's important, something that we do, and his message this morning, like normal, is all right, just repositioning one of the buoys down in turn one, and I'm guessing what's happened is our water level has probably changed a bit, and it's probably drug it slightly. We've got to get it back. And then, according to the schedule that I crossed out, next would be 1 liter, although I'm not sure, Dave. 1 liter, then Cracker Box, and Vintage Large. So 3 heats to finish out our day here in Pateros. And I'm just hearing on the radio that the 1 liters are in and ready to go. And it looks like they have dropped that buoy, so it will Kip Brown is just strapped Katie in, and he's running down to do the radios for her now in the corral. It's one of the things we do is all of our radio personnel are in the same place. So if there's an announcement, it goes to all of them at the same time, and then it can be relayed. And I'm not sure what happened yesterday, because we did have a red flag in the one heat, and none of our drivers shut their engines off, and that's what they're told to do. Not my call. Just know that that's the rule that we do need to follow. And it's safety, because we've got, anytime there's a red flag, that's not a good thing. That's not like a black flag. Black flag, black flag. I'm Yeah, I can almost say it. You're going to proceed to the pits at a reduced speed. Red means shut it down now. All right, 4 minutes. Green flag on the course. Here they come. Up goes our drone. Down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Sounds like a swarm of angry bees. All right, that's Kyle Davenport going down the backstretch. J. Michael Kelly going right now. Jeff Bernard right behind him. Michael Jarvis in the 45. And Katie Brown in the 8. Nope. I looked at that and I saw red and I thought, Kyle Davenport, it's actually Marissa Bartel is in the 12. Sunday afternoon. Mike Jarvis. Jeff Bernard. J. Michael Kelly. Katie Brown. This should be a whale of a heat. J. Michael had him earlier. Was able to cover Jeff. Don't know if he can do it 2 in a row. He's at one with that boat. There's no doubt about that. He has done so well with that boat over the last few years. It's almost ridiculous. But you can't do it every time. We'll see who ends up where. J. Michael going way outside. Down to 1 minute and 45 seconds. All right. Mike Jarvis cutting the course right now. Coming down on 1 minute. J. Michael comes up on the outside, and all of a sudden Jeff's got to go, no, we're going to protect this lane. It'll be fun to watch. It'll definitely be fun to watch. Looks like Marissa coming up on the outside of J. Michael. Katie Brown poking her nose up in there. Jarvis not there yet. See Marissa go way outside up there. Looks like Jeff's going to come in 1. J. Michael in 2. Mike Jarvis in 3. Well, I'm guessing they will be reviewing that. It was close. I don't know. Not going to speculate on it. Here comes J. Michael around on the outside. Jeff Bernard on the inside. That tells you how fast J. Michael's going. You can pull him like that on the outside lane. Doesn't mean you can hold him. Well, they're right there. They can shake hands. There's no question. That's called trust. They have run against each other so many times. Mike Jarvis off the course in the infield. Lid is up. He is done. All right. J. Michael Kelly pulls out, and you see Jeff Bernard really hanging the boat. See the boat bobbling quite a bit going into the turn. Shows you how hard they're driving. See where they're forced Jeff to conform with that. He had enough. All right. He'd have to have more overlap than that to close the door. And I'm guessing he's okay with staying out there. I think he's got enough speed. Katie Brown, third place. Marissa Bartels in fourth. And fifth place will be a DNF for Michael Jarvis. Unfortunately, it's a sad end to their weekend. All right, J. Michael Kelly pulling away. Getting a little bit on every lap. One to go. This is where you got to really dig deep if you're in second place and try and figure out what you're going to do. These two boats piggyback out here from Michigan with Collins and Seckler. I'm in hopes they'll be here when we're running Brewster in 2 weeks. All right, J. Michael sliding out just a little bit. And your winner is going to be J. Michael Kelly and Shenanigans, the 41. Jeff Bernard second in the 18. Fast Eddie, Jim Seckler, the owner. That's a great heat of racing, folks. Great heat of racing. All right, coming around right now, third place. Miss Katie Brown. They spent a lot of time getting that boat where it needed to be. They've got it now. Katie Brown, third place. All right, Marissa Bartell coming home fourth in this sour lemon. But I think it's a little sweeter than the sweet lemon right now. And I told you a little while ago there should have been something with Jeff Snyder. Change of plans I was not aware of. And we will see that here in a couple of minutes. And we'll be pleased by that, I know. I'm sure there's going to be a few tears shed as that is done. All right. I'm guessing Katie's going to come down here somewhere around the start-finish line. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay. All right. Well, like they say, everything good is worth waiting for, and we had to wait maybe a moment or two longer than we might have, but all right, she opens the lid. I know what she's got planned, and you'll see in just a minute here. And I hope you all take a moment to reflect, to say thank you, and to pass it on to everybody else. Give back. All right, in honor of Terry Troxel. The heart and soul of Tacoma Inboard. Super guy. Pain in the butt. Great craftsman. very dedicated to this sport, and one heck of a driver beyond all measure. I know Jeff Bernard learned a lot from his stepdad. Remember Jeff and Terry both running. Great job, young lady. Katie Brown. Grandpa Terry. Well, if Mom and Dad don't have tears right now, something's wrong. As I said earlier, Terry and I used to chase some of the same gals back in the day, and that was great. When she gets back to the dock, give her a round of applause again. And let's not forget all those that have come before us that have made all of this possible. And not just Terry, there's so many that have been here. You know, and there's some around here, and I'll just say his name, Jim Codling. Jim Codling was doing this stuff when I was a kid. He wasn't that much older than me, but a bit. And I can remember that voice for many, many years at Green Lake and a lot of other race sites. Done a hell of a lot for this sport. Okay, we got our cracker box up next. Cracker box is up next, and we have one vintage yet to go in the water, and that will be our final run of the weekend. And we're going to get and we're doing well. We're doing very well. Remember, to all of the classes here, you have an assignment. Tear down. Everybody's been assigned. Please do what you were asked. Give a hand. It makes it really quick, really simple. Even stuff like that fence down there in the pits becomes considerably quicker. I know when we took it off on Friday to unload it, we were able to drive through with the truck and trailer, and it was just bam, bam, bam as we figured out exactly where we wanted. All right, I'm here, and I'm going to get a list of the cleanup groups. Okay, they're going to get that to me. Again, do not forget, David Dodge is bringing this to me right now. I will read this off. We've got to have your cooperation. Want to say a special thank you to Alex Manga, his entire crew, even Billy Noonan. I will say thank you for being here. Came out from Michigan. Thank you to Tim Collins and Jim Seckler. Thank you for being here this weekend, guys. We totally and completely appreciate what you do, and coming and competing here in Region 10. You always put on a nice show, and you're good people. I don't want to promote him too much, Jim. Okay. JJW is going to do the docks. SA and SC are going to do tower. Outboards and T are doing river anchors and buoys. Vintage fencing with Darren. Crackerbach, SE, Y, and E350. The PA system. David Dodge will be down here. I think that's all we got, isn't it, David? David Dodge is down here at the start-finish line, just north of the start-finish line, where the PA is. Come down here. He will make sure you know what you got to do. If you don't already, we got to start turning off speakers and amps and getting everything unplugged, getting all of it in one spot. Do you want it here or right down by the truck at the north end of the building there? And at that point, it doesn't need to go in. That's not the point. You get it there. David knows where he wants it. David is our region equipment. He's the inboard category, and he takes care of this stuff. All right. Green flag on the course, 4 minutes. Todd Craven, P20. Quacker, P41. Russell Mead, Mark Mead. P96, California Girl. Mark Curtis got Philip riding along with him. And I keep telling Philip he's out of his mind. I know Mark. Great team. All right. One more to go after this, and then we need everybody to step in. Get your boats on the trailer, and then let's get on with the teardown. Sooner we get that done, the sooner we can get to awards. And if you got to leave, you can get out of town. And just a word from me, thank you all for being here, to all of our volunteers. And that goes across the board, from pit bosses to our on-the-water staff out there with Amy Scheimer's entire group of rescue and tow, divers, everything. But a huge thank you to Jim and Chaz, Kelsey. I see Kristen down there. We got so many people. Travis, our pit bosses. Kelly Jones down there was down in the crane pits today. I know Kayla Huff has been down in the other pits. I've heard other voices over the weekend on the radio. Thank you to all of you. No, even Mike Curry. Mike is not here this weekend, but Mike's the one that does the sanction. You know, it's one of those things we talked about at chapel this morning. Everybody has different gifts. You know, there are all kinds of people with all kinds of gifts. And if you use your gifts for good, we all benefit. And I hope you keep that in mind. Doesn't mean you have to be religious. Just think about it. What are you good at? What can you help with? You may find something new that really does something in your life. Those kinds of things are blessings. And even in the darkest of moments, if you know where to look, or you look hard enough and are open, you will find a blessing. Oh, she's got this figured out. All right, here they come. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Mark Curtis, Todd Cragen, Russell Mead. Turn 1. You see that? Mark made a beautiful start, and then he let up on it. And he wants to play. He wants to have fun. He's putting on a show. As Jim Codling said in our drivers' meeting this morning, one of the best shows all weekend. And that's what this is about. Because if you're not entertained watching these, we've missed the mark. Well, there's no point talking while they're anywhere as close, because they are very loud. It's got to be one of the loudest classes we have. You see the two boats out in front, much more stable in the ride, and the big part of that is the propeller, and I know Russell's looking for the proper propeller for that boat. So, and I think I may have an answer for him. I got to do some looking, but I may have a wheel he needs. All right. Todd Cragen, Mark Curtis, Russell Meade. You see how rough it is over there on that back chute. Here he comes, Mark Curtis starting his fourth and final lap. Todd Cragen right on his transom. Got a little bit of tuning work to do there, but they're getting there. Get that prop figured out. And I got to do some looking because I may have a propeller for that boat. All right, here he comes. I think he's going to be a perfect weekend for him. Mark Curtis in the P96 California Girls, your winner. Second place, the P20, Todd Cragen out of Kirkland, Washington. And third place, Quacker, Russell Meade out of Astoria, Oregon. Well, that's going to be a drive back tonight, I'm guessing, unless they stay overnight. It's still a pretty good jaunt. All right. Now, we come down to the final of the weekend. And I really wish we had more of the big vintage here. We had a whole bunch to start out. We lost a number of them. When we are done, and this is over, remember, everybody's got an assignment. If we do them, we will be done quickly. We will be out of here as soon as possible. But we need you to step up all of the different classes. JGW doing the docks, vintage doing the fencing. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 4 minutes. Green flag on the course. Bueno, Mr. Fairbanks has been running his tail off this afternoon. You won't need any more steps today, Steve. as quick as we've been rattling these heats off, that keeps him moving pretty quick because he has to change the little board for each heat when they send the drones up, because they need to get that before they get that identification. That way they can track all of this later. All right. Well, I do not see Shady Lady. Is that Shady sitting at the dock down there? Yep. Shady Lady is at the dock right now. Trying. Not sure what's going on. Well, that's frustrating. That is a CE1 Canadian high point in 280 class. Frank Richardson driving back then. That is a Stodiker. All right, there comes Shady Lady. I can't see if we got Sean or Aaron in there. Maybe somebody else even. I'm not 100% sure. Should be able to tell when they come down the front stretch. If you see the ponytail, you know it's Sean. All right, they're going to cut the course right now. Minute and 30. All right, everybody made the same decision, came across the course. And it is Sean Kelson, the chairman of Vintage and Historic. All right. So we have just a tad more up at the front. Got it. All right. Here they come. They're down to less than 10 seconds. Sean Kelson outside. Josh Hayes in the middle. CE1 inside. You see that rooster tail going up the back chute in the middle there. You knew that was Sean Kelson. You could hear the engine. That big block in there, he just turned it up, turned the wick up, and away he went. Josh is out there doing a Sunday afternoon drive. Sean's not much faster. It can go a lot faster. You see the ponytail swing around there. Pretty sure that is Brian in the CE1. Well, Josh is having fun. He's able to stay just ahead of Mr. Kelson gets the turn, and he starts to accelerate as he gets in the turn. And Sean's trying to get on it, but he's sliding out farther. If we get Sean in a ways, he'd be running away. You hear him pick it up coming off the turn, and he accelerates for about a third of the straightaway, and then he backs out of it and basically is coasting the rest of the way. And that is a rookie. And that's how rookies normally drive, unless they have some kind of inner tiger or some kind of, I don't know, demon something. Nice run there, though. Getting better. See him coming around. They're going to start their final lap. All right. Final lap for everybody is our third place boat here. Comes down and makes a good run down the front straightaway. All right. Sean and Josh going up the back chute. Kelson versus Kelson with a Stoddiker. Well, we'll see whether Sean wants to go across first or second. He had to put his foot in a little bit just to have some fun. Thank you all for being here. Jim Codling, Chaz Dodge, nice job, my friends. All right, from your race director to all racers, the awards are moved from the stage across the street back into the pits under the trees. They'll be under the shade. As soon as this boat is... Nope. All right, we got to get him off the course. Again, to all racers, the awards have been moved. The awards will not be across the street at the stage over there. They will be over just outside of where the crane pits are under the trees. And I'm sure that's just simply because of the heat that's out there. I want to say personally, thank you to everybody that's been here. It's been my pleasure to be here again this year. I love doing this. I hope to get to do it many, many times. Maybe we can talk Jim Cotton into coming back next year and doing this again. It is a great pleasure to be here in Pateros. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to all the